Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, faculty members, industry leaders, and dear students. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Cooperative Digital Summit 2026, organized here at the prestigious Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. Founded in 1930, the Gokhale Institute has long stood as one of India's premier centers for research and teaching in economic and public policy. Established with the vision of addressing the economic and social challenges of India through rigorous scholarship, the Institute has played a pioneering role in shaping economic thinking and policy disclosure in the country. Over the decades, the Institute has nurtured some of the most distinguished economists, policymakers, and scholars who have contributed significantly. Today's summit continues the tradition by bringing together policymakers, experts from financial institutions, technology leaders, and scholars to deliberate on an extremely important theme: future-ready cooperatives through digital transformation.
In today's rapidly evolving economic landscape, digital technology has become the backbone of financial inclusion, governance, and institutional efficiency. Cooperatives, which historically have been powerful instruments for inclusive development, now stand at a crucial crossroad. The integration of digital platforms, data analytics, artificial intelligence, and secure financial technologies offer a transformative opportunity to strengthen cooperatives, making them more transparent, resilient, and accessible to millions of people across India. This summit aims to explore that exactly: how digital innovation can reshape the cooperative ecosystem and make it future ready. Over the course of the day, we will hear from eminent economists, policy leaders, and technology experts who will share insights on digital finance, cybersecurity, cloud systems, and AI-driven decision making within cooperative institutions.
Before we begin the formal proceeding of today's program and move into the welcome address, we would like to invite our distinguished speakers to kindly take their seats on their dais.
At this moment, it is our honor to invite our esteemed speakers to the stage. May I respectfully invite Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Mr. Satish Marathe, Professor Umakant Das, Mr. Pravesh Pradhan, and Dr. Rabinarayan Mishra.
To formally commence the proceedings, we will now have the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. I request our respected dignitaries on the stage to kindly light the lamp and mark the beginning of today's summit.
Shukran.
Time, take it and please. Up and down. It's a heat.
May I request our Honorable Chancellor, Professor Umakant Das, to kindly felicitate our esteemed chief guest, Professor S. Mahendra Dev, as a token of our gratitude.
Cheers.
I now request Mr. Pravesh Pradhan to kindly felicitate Mr. Satish Marathe.
Okay. We now move to the formal opening of the summit. It is my honor to invite Dr. Ravi Narayan Mishra for the welcome address. Dr. Mishra currently serves as the RBI Chair Professor at the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics.
Namaskar. On behalf of one and all from Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, I extend our heartfelt greetings to all the distinguished dignitaries and delegates to this Cooperative Digital Summit 2026. This is the same campus which had witnessed intense brainstorming that shaped the post-independence intellectual intensity of our economy, led by none other than Mahatma Gandhi and Sri Gopal Krishna Gokhale. This is the same campus where the thought process on measuring and managing poverty and inequality in post-independent India was initiated. The list goes on. Fast forward to today, the 6th March 2026. It is a historic day for the Institute. And this summit, led by Professor Mahendra Dev and Satish Marathi Sahab and others, these vows to carry forward the newly led emphasis on the cooperative banking sector in India. Upskilling of the personnel of this ecosystem is a crying need of the hour. Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics joins this movement for enhanced quality of functioning of this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for those insightful opening remarks and for setting the tone for today's discussion. To further guide us to the purpose and structure of today's summit, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Pravish Pradhan. Mr. Pradhan is the convener of the Cooperative Digital Summit 2026 and the chief editor of Smart Agri Post. May I request Mr. Pradhan to present context and agenda of the summit.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister, Niti Aayog. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation, gracing the occasion as Chief Guest. We welcome you to this program. Then distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Sri Satish Marathi, Director, RBI Central Board, Professor Umakant Das, Vice Chancellor, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, and Professor Ravi Narayan Das, RBI Chair, Professor, Gokhale Institutes. Respected cooperative leaders, bankers, regulators, technology experts, and dear delegates and participants. I welcome all of you to this first edition of Cooperative Digital Summit. At the outset, I express my sincere appreciation to the Writer Information IFCO, Credit OS, Janta Sahakari Bank, Pune DCCB, and Sahakari for their kind support to the summit. It is need of the hour to have a platform to connect all stakeholders when the country is moving forward in digitalization sector and modernization of the cooperatives. And it is indeed privilege to have first Cooperative Digital Summit here at historic Gokhale Institutes, a place where ideas have shaped policy, discussions have influenced, and national developments for decades. Dear friends, today we gather not just to have a conference, but a conversation about the future of India's cooperative movement. The cooperative movement has historically empowered millions of the people in the country. The cooperatives in India have stood for trust, inclusion, and collective prosperity. They empowered farmers, they strengthened the rural economies, they expanded financial access where markets could not reach. The question before us is simple and yet profound. Can cooperatives remain relevant without being digital? So this summit seeks answer to this question. The theme of this summit is Bharat's future-ready cooperatives leveraging AI and digital technologies. It is not about technology alone. It is about transforming the mindset. That is what needed at this moment. Moving from paperwork to platforms, from fragmented system to integrated ecosystem, from traditional governance to data-driven leadership, from local participation to national and global market access. Dear friends, digital transformation is no longer an option. It is becoming the foundation of institutional survival. And recently, India also hosted the Global AI Impact Summit in Delhi. Over the next 2 days, so we have carefully designed discussions that the complete digital journey of cooperatives. The day one begins with strengthening the digital foundation for future-ready cooperatives, because without the secure systems and data protection, cloud infrastructure, and analytics capability, transformation cannot begin. We then move to an area of enormous opportunities: digital markets, cooperative retail, and consumer connect. Imagine cooperatives not limited by geography, but directly reaching consumers through digital commerce platform. And our panel on building cooperatives for new technology era emerging business model will further explore how cooperatives can innovate, collaborate with technology ecosystems, and compete alongside commercial enterprises and fintech players. Friends, we'll have an interactive session also, emerging challenges in digital governance and technology adoption in cooperative banks. The day two focuses on strengthening the financial and governance backbone. We will deliver it on fintech, digital financing, and risk management in cooperatives, enabling cooperative institutions to expand inclusion while managing emerging risks. Dear friends, our collective effort over these 2 days will lead a roadmap for digital cooperatives, practical recommendations that can guide institutions and policymakers and technology partners. Because the transformation happens not through the ideas only, but through the collaboration and application. At the last, I would say the cooperative movement, which was born from a powerful belief that people, when united, can shape their own economic prosperity. Today, digital technology gives us opportunity to scale the belief like never before. If the cooperatives values meet digital innovation, India can build a development model that can not only efficient but inclusive and people-centric. Let this summit become a starting point for partnerships, for innovations, for future-ready cooperatives across India. And with great optimism, I once again welcome to all distinguished guests, speakers, and partners, delegates to the Cooperative Digital Summit. So when we imagined to have a cooperative conference and we approached Gokhale Institute, so Honorable Vice Chancellor, he candidly agreed and gave, and we forged a partnership to take this forward, Cooperative Digital Summit. And I hope the 2 days deliberations will have some recommendations and policy guidelines and frameworks for the cooperative sector. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, sir, for outlining the vision and agenda of this important summit. To elaborate further on the broader theme and its relevance in the context of India's development journey, it is my privilege to invite Professor Umakant Das, the Vice Chancellor of the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. Under his leadership, the Institute continues to strengthen its commitment to evidence-based policy research and academic excellence. He will now share the vision and broader outlook of the summit.
Respected Professor Mahendra Dev, Chairman Economic Advisory Committee, Prime Minister, Sri Satish Maratheji, Director, Central Board of the Reserve Bank of India, distinguished guests, respected leaders of the cooperative movement, policymakers, esteemed faculties, and dear students. I join my colleague Professor Mishra in extending a warm welcome to all of you to the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, an institution widely regarded for its long-standing contribution to research, policy, dialogue, and evidence-based scholarship. It's indeed an honor and privilege to address this August gathering as we come together to deliberate on a theme that's not only timely but also deeply transformational. Bharat's future-ready cooperatives, leveraging digital and AI technologies. Cooperative, of course, have been the backbone of Bharat's socio-economic development. From agriculture and dairy to banking, housing, and rural development, you take any sector, cooperatives' presence is there and has empowered millions of embodying the values of collective strength, shared prosperity, and democratic participation. The journey of India's cooperative movement was strengthened further with the establishment of Ministry of Cooperation that reflects a national commitment to Sehkar Se Samriddhi. Today we stand at the threshold of a new era where cooperation must converge with technology. I recall while drafting the National Cooperative Policy, Satish Maratheji is present and Professor Mishra from IRMA is also present. So we were almost more than 2 years we were working on the cooperative policy, where a central emphasis was placed on ensuring the cooperative and how the cooperatives become future-ready institutions like any other economic entities. The discussions consistently focused on how the cooperative sector could modernize its governance, strengthen professionalism, embrace digital technologies. That was one of the important agenda, and build the capacity required to remain competitive while continuing to uphold its core value of inclusiveness and member-centric development. The way things have unfolded in the recent years, particularly post-COVID, which has taught us many things, digital transformation is no longer an optional. It is a foundational. Across Bharat, digital public infrastructure like whether we take Aadhaar or we take the UPI payments or the GSTN have demonstrated how scale, inclusion and efficiency can be achieved simultaneously. Cooperative must now integrate with and build up this expanding digital ecosystem. The foundation for the transformation, of course, have already been laid. A significant step in this direction have been, among other things, the nationwide initiative to computerize PACs, the Primary Agriculture Credit Societies, undertaken under the leadership of Honorable Minister of Cooperation, Sri Amit Shahji. Artificial intelligence or technological development or digital technology, whatever we name it, offer cooperatives the ability to enhance member services. AI-driven platforms can personalize financial products, forecast crop patterns, and improve procurement systems. It can also improve governance and transparency. Blockchain-based record-keeping, digital audits, and real-time dashboards can reduce leakages and strengthen trust among the members and the societies. At the same time, the adoption of these technologies are going to strengthen financial inclusion. AI-powered credit scoring can expand access to finance for small farmers, women entrepreneurs, and rural members. Boosting productivity, predictive analytical can help optimize supply chains, while digital marketplace can connect producers directly to consumers. Now, the broader outlook of this summit is, of course, ambitious but certainly achievable. We envision cooperatives that are digitally interconnected across states and sectors, participate in national and global value chains. Of course, given the kind of global ecosystem, this is a right time or opportunity for us to expand the cooperative sectors. Adopt global best practices while preserving the local ethos, empower youth and women through tech-enabled entrepreneurship. India's dairy cooperative, whether you take GCMMF or Amul, which we commonly known as, or IFCO for that matter, have already shown how scale and solidarity can coexist. This next step must be the digital. We as leaders, policymakers, this transformation, of course, would require capacity building at the grassroots members, digital literacy for cooperative members, policy support for tech adaptation, investment in secure, scalable digital infrastructure. So these some of the things are going to help us in building a ecosystem where the government, regulators, technology, innovators, and cooperative leaders will come together, not just as members, but unite in a cooperative manner. So therefore, a call through the summit would be not just a conversational alone, it is going to be kind of a catalytic one. So therefore, we expect the summit is going to, or we through the summit can commit to creating a digital roadmap for every cooperative sector, establishing AI innovation hubs for the rural enterprises, building interoperable platforms for cooperative network, with some of the things which the convener have already outlined. So I conclude my remark by reiterating that Bharat's cooperative movement has been built on the enduring foundation of trust, shareholder ownership, and collective aspirations. With a change in the aspiration of citizens, the cooperative also need to adapt it. As we move towards integrating digital technologies and artificial intelligence into cooperative systems, we are not replacing these foundational values. Rather, we are strengthening and expanding them for a new era. That's the Vikasit Bharat 2047. The future-ready cooperative is therefore not merely a technological institution. It's a smart institution with a human heart, one that embodies efficiency with empathy, innovation with inclusiveness, and technology with trust. Let us move forward together by blending tradition with technology, cooperation with innovation, and aspiration with action. Together, let us work towards building a digitally empowered, inclusive, and prosperous Bharat. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you to this campus. Please feel free to reach out to us to make your stay or the next 2 days interaction more meaningful and memorable. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We now move to one of the most anticipated segments of the morning, the special interest. It is now my privilege to introduce Mr. Satish Marathe, Director on the Central Board of the Reserve Bank of India. Mr. Marathe is a distinguished banking professional with over 4 decades of experience in financial and cooperative banking sector. We are truly honored to have him with us today. May I now request Mr. Marathe to kindly deliver his special address.
Namaste. respected Mahendra Dev ji, Vice Chancellor of this institute, my old associate colleague and in a way senior ex-executive director of Reserve Bank of India, Dr. Ravi Mishra ji, and Mr. Pradhan, distinguished friends and sisters. I was truly impressed by the brochure that was brought out on this occasion. And it's very forward looking. And we need to do all and adopt technology, upgrade it and keep on upgrading it at regular intervals. But there are several challenges on the path. And I would like to begin with some of them. At the initial stage, I would briefly speak about the depth of the cooperative sector. We have approximately 8 lakh cooperative societies in the country, of which about 4.5 lakh societies are directly involved in some or the other form of economic activity. Third aspect is, it's about 30 crores of our population which is linked to the cooperative society, a very large segment. That is what it is. And when we talk about it, we realize that almost 85% of our villages are connected to the cooperative sector today. There is no other institution, perhaps except the Post and Telegraph, which has such a far reach across the country, including in rural areas. Another aspect which is very important is anywhere between 65 to 75% of the rural households are associated with the cooperative society. That's the reach, that's the depth of the cooperative society in our country. One more unique aspect of India's cooperative is it is the largest cooperative movement in the world. Generally, when we talk of large things, we hear it's China or US at times. But as far as cooperatives is concerned, India is the largest cooperative movement in the world. And it is for this reason, rightly, the government of India specially constituted a Ministry of Cooperation to give a boost to the cooperative societies. Cooperative societies are more than 100 years old in our country. In fact, in the erstwhile Bombay state, which was from Karachi to northern parts of Karnataka, including some parts of Madhya Pradesh also in those days. Here, the cooperative movement grew initially very strongly before independence. And then the cooperative movement was closely integrated with the independence movement of this country. And that is why we see today a large number of cooperatives, very successful cooperatives with substantial participation of the people in these parts, whether it is Gujarat, whether it is Maharashtra, Karnataka. Of course, before independence, the cooperatives spread across nook and corner of the country. We have hundreds of cooperatives which are more than 100 years old in different states. So it's not true that cooperatives are only in these Gujarat, Maharashtra and Karnataka. Even if you go to Nagaland or Ladakh or even Andaman Nicobar, you will find good cooperative societies across. We have seen a substantial change in our economic environment since 1991, when we first started the reforms process. And I've been following in my own way the reform process as it has evolved over the years. What I have noticed is that the reforms process, liberalization process, mainly benefited the private sector, the multinationals, and some of the large government and semi-government institutions. The reform process, even today to a great extent, has not impacted the cooperative sector. And that is what is the real issue before the cooperative sector today. Every time we speak that youth should be involved, the younger generations should come, professionally qualified, educated technocrats should get involved in the cooperatives. It's our wishful thinking, that's what I feel. This category, which is an aspirational section of our society and which is going to lead the growth of our country as we become Atmanirbhar down the line, this segment has so far substantially remained away from the cooperative sector. And the reason is, I link it to that reform process that started in 1991. There have been no much reforms in the cooperative sector, and that is the whole issue. I remember only of two very senior, noted, respectful politicians of this country who initiated the reforms process in our country. The first was the erstwhile United Andhra's Chief Minister, N.T. Ramarao. He was the first Chief Minister of our country who proposed and enacted an act which was called the Liberal Cooperative Act, and freedom was given to the members to form a society, run the society, where there is no government involvement, whether it is in the form of capital, grants, guarantees, or co-acceptances. He was the first person in the country who did that. And that was the right beginning, I feel, for revival of cooperatives in the country. However, it didn't take much. Many state governments implemented it, but then they ultimately wound those acts. And today, I believe very few states, except Karnataka, something in Bihar, there is hardly any liberal act in the country. The next person who did was the late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, under whose leadership the Multi-State Cooperative Act was made substantially liberal. Nitish Kumar ji in those days was the Agriculture Minister and cooperation was under him. Together they implemented and put in place a substantially liberal Multi-State Cooperative Act. And that is what the need of the hour is. We need to focus on growth and development rather than control and regulation. Regulation and control was the main focus of our foreign rulers before independence, and that has unfortunately continued year after year, even after 75 years in most of the states. Unfortunately, in India, whether it is state elections or the national elections, vote bank politics have come to stay. And cooperatives and their membership at times is being looked to and nurtured as a part of vote bank politics. That has also adversely affected the growth and development of the cooperative. So much so today that, say, about 30-35 years back, if the contribution of cooperatives in rural sector was as high as 45 to 50%, it has today unfortunately come down to about 8 to 10%. That is the steep fall that has happened. Number two, I would also like to mention on this occasion that apart from reforms in the cooperative laws, we also need to look to strengthen the cooperatives so that the cooperatives are able to access capital by way of new instruments, by way of new avenues. We have been suggesting as Sahakar Bharati and as an individual that the cooperatives should be enabled to float limited companies, 100% owned limited companies and SPVs, so that they may access the capital market, raise capital and invest it in the cooperatives for their growth and development. Years back, at the time of when Atalji was the Prime Minister, the concept of producer companies, cooperative producer companies was introduced. But to my dismay, there are hardly any producer cooperative companies in the country, even though it exists on the companies law provisions. We'll all have to look into that, empower the cooperatives to enable them to raise capital. In today's context, where there is no operational freedom, where there is inadequate capital, however one may like and wish, the cooperatives may not easily grow. Fortunately, after the formation of new ministry, many steps have been taken. It is almost now decided that for all large states, the cooperative will be a 3-tier structure. We have about 7.5 lakh villages and hamlets, and as against that, we just have 1 lakh primary agricultural cooperative societies. It has also been decided that every Gram Panchayat, we have something like 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayats, we should have at least one primary cooperative society. If cooperative society is not there, there can be a fisheries society or there can be a primary milk society. And with that object in view, and also keeping in mind what the Niti Aayog has brought out, that the income pattern in rural sector has substantially changed. The agriculture and allied agricultural income contributes about 30-35%, whereas the non-farm income today is about 60 to 65%. And both these segments, there is a huge gap of funding as far as their requirements are concerned for growth and development. So the packs are being converted into multi-purpose entities. The NDDB has also initiated the process to convert primary milk societies into multi-purpose societies. And if a proper business model is put in place for district central cooperative banks and the state cooperative banks as we go ahead, the huge funding gap which exists, particularly in the cooperative sector and in rural sector, could be met. That is the need of the hour. In a large country like us, the youth is aspirational. They are prepared to take initiatives, start new activities, but they need the infrastructure support, particularly through liberal cooperatives and adequate funding facilities. One last aspect which I would like to mention is, see, we have been hearing of reforms continuously, and most of these reforms today are at the center level. The cooperatives are primarily a subject in the state list, and we all need to focus and engage with the state governments and the decision makers and policy makers to ensure that reforms are undertaken in the cooperative sector so that it's able to play a substantial role in the growth and development of our country. And I'm sure that there are several new areas where the cooperatives can grow and prosper. If we see the international scene, perhaps some may be surprised, but in Silicon Valley, for example, the water resources management and distribution is handled by a cooperative. I do not know how many of our people know. And then A small country like Cambodia also has a cooperative managing their water resources. It is high time that in several new areas we should do it. In East Europe, telephony is handled by cooperatives. We also simultaneously need to create an institutional framework for building partnerships. We have heard of public-private partnerships, but time has now come for state and the cooperatives to form partnerships and undertake major activities. We have the potential, the cooperatives have the potential to undertake such new initiatives, and I believe that in areas like tourism, transport, and a host of other activities which have been properly listed in the national cooperative policy, we can have a number of new cooperatives which will address to a great extent the issue of unemployment by providing a large number of income earning opportunities to our teeming youths. I once again thank the Institute for inviting me to share my views with you all. And I also say that AI, technology, machine learning, everything the cooperatives are able to adopt it. They need the proper support through capital and reforms, which we should also address at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move to the inaugural address. It is privileged to introduce Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and one of the India's most development economists. Professor Dev had significant contributions to research on agriculture, rural development, poverty reduction, and inclusive growth. His academic work and policy contributions have played a vital role in shaping development policies discussions in India. May I request Professor Mahendra Dev to deliver the inaugural address.
Mr. Satish Marathe and all the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants, a very good morning to all of you. It's good to visit the historic Gokhale Institute after a long time. I used to visit earlier on several occasions, gave lectures also. And also the topics discussed here as mentioned, the poverty, inequality, and several other topics. I was involved in these debates also in the country. And also Gokhale Institutes also participated in this cooperative movement discussions and all earlier. So I thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver this inaugural address at the this Cooperative Digital Summit. So before going to the cooperatives, I'll say a few words on the Indian economy, because as cooperatives work within this framework of Indian economy, as you know, in spite of global turmoil, Indian economy is growing well with 7 to 7.5% per annum. The last year also, the new series said that we'll have 7.6% and this financial year. But there are, for the 2047 goals, there are three goals. One is in terms of per capita income, we become a developed nation. And the second, of course, is the spreading the growth, inclusive to all sections of society. But in my opinion, the inclusive growth is providing quality employment is very important. That's where you can include, several people to providing quality employment and also quality health and education. So that the second goal. Third goal is, net zero emissions, achieving by 2070. So these are the 2047 goals.
And cooperatives also can achieve some of these goals of this 2047. The cooperative sector is being recognized as a powerful instrument for inclusive growth, rural transformation, and economic empowerment. With digital focus, it can contribute to these three development goals of the Viksit Bharat. So on cooperatives, first I'll speak on the progress of the cooperative sector, already mentioned some of them, and then move to the digital focus. India's development journey, as mentioned by Mr. Marathe, has always been deeply rooted in the spirit of cooperation in the last 100 years or so, and collective action. Apart from cooperatives, several other organizations are there, and collective action. So India today was one of the largest cooperative ecosystem in the world. As mentioned earlier, we have 8 cooperative societies across the country with nearly 30 crore members. So therefore, a significant proportion of India's population is directly connected to cooperative institutions. These societies cuts across several areas like agriculture, dairy, credit, fisheries, housing, textiles, marketing and services. Around 1 lakh primary agriculture credit societies, PACs, alone have more than 13 crore members spread across rural India, providing credit and other services to farmers at grassroots level. So the cooperative movement has therefore played a historic role in strengthening rural livelihoods. The recently released National Cooperative Policy 2025 charts a bold roadmap. It wants to have modern, technology-driven, professionally managed cooperative ecosystem. So, and also that contributes $1 trillion India's GDP by 2045. Of course, another objective is also to increase the membership of the cooperatives from 30 crores to 50 crores during the same time. So let me repeat that the ambition is to contribute $1 trillion, which is not merely a number, it's a national commitment, and it's a call to transformation of the cooperatives. In the moment of transformation, of course, as mentioned earlier, we have digital public infrastructure is well known. Even other countries want to have our model of public infrastructure, but digital public infrastructure. The Jandan, Aadhaar Mobile, JAM Trinity, and also created a universal digital backbone. And UPI, of course, is a big achievement. So India has demonstrated by technology, how technology, when combined with skills, scale and intent, can transform the lives of millions. So the questions before us, the first, can the cooperative movement match this national momentum? Second, can it move from traditional legacy systems to digital ecosystems? Third, can it go from localized operations to integrated platforms? Lastly, can it achieve from incremental change to transformational growth? So themes of this conference, the summit, over the next few days, 2 days, reflect precisely some of these issues we are going to discuss. So the vision guiding this transformation has the idea of Sahkar se Samruddhi, that's prosperity through cooperation. So the policy framework emphasizes that cooperatives must become vibrant, transparent, and technologically empowered enterprises that operate efficiently at the grassroots level. So the broader ambition emerging from this vision is to significantly expand the economic contribution of cooperatives. Of course, the employment is also important over the coming decades. As I mentioned, this possibility of tripling the contribution of cooperatives to GDP by 2045. While such figure, $1 trillion, appear ambitious, but it can be achieved. Even today, cooperatives are deeply embedded in several core sectors of the Indian economy. For example, they account for nearly 35% of fertilizer distribution and 30% of fertilizer production. In the sugar industry, we all know cooperatives operate more than 1/3 of the country's sugar factories. And also the dairy sector is well known, where cooperative institutions form the backbone of India's milk economy and sustaining the livelihoods of millions of small farmers, including many women, through the success of the White Revolution. Cooperatives are also deeply integrated into the rural financial systems through cooperative banks and credit societies that provide agriculture loans and financial services to farmers across the country. And also, it's important to note that cooperatives are extending beyond traditional sectors, such as agriculture and credit, into areas like healthcare, services, and value chain integration. So this transformation from traditional to some of this is also one has to keep in mind. So when such a vast institutional ecosystem already exists across production, processing, finance, and distribution, so the contribution of the cooperatives through better governance and technology can go a long way. So to fully unlock this potential, we need also a comprehensive statistical understanding of the cooperative sector's economic contribution. Because right now, we don't have good statistics on cooperative sector. This is absent now. Despite the enormous scale of cooperative activity in India, there is a limited systematic measurement of this contribution to GDP. Without such data, policymakers cannot accurately evaluate the economic significance of cooperatives or design, if you want to have policies also, that kind of data is important. Fortunately, we have, now the National Cooperative Database, NCD, is trying to consolidate the information on cooperative societies across states and sectors. So such a database will make it possible to track economic performance, identify opportunities for growth and employment. So over time, this could evolve into a comprehensive cooperative satellite account, which can be used in the India's national accounts statistics. And it allows accurate measurement of value added of these enterprises. So friends, while building a robust statistical base is essential, the most transformative opportunity for the cooperative sector lies in the digital and emerging technologies. The global economy is undergoing this transformation. Digital platforms, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and other technologies. So many cooperative institutions continue to, as also mentioned, the reform process has not touched the cooperatives. So the reform express we are talking about should also consist of this reforms in cooperatives. Because many cooperative institutions continue to operate through manual record keeping, paper-based governance systems, and fragmented databases. So modernizing these systems through digital technologies is therefore not simply an operational improvement, but it's a strategic necessity for ensuring cooperatives are relevant and competitive in today's world and in the decades ahead. So digital transformation can fundamentally change the way cooperatives function. Digital accounting system can replace manual bookkeeping, ensuring accuracy and enabling real-time access to financial information. And real-time data analytics can help cooperatives make better decisions about procurement, production, and distribution. So you all agree with me that trust is our strength and technology must be our multiplier. Another major advantage of digital transformation is improved access to information for cooperative members. because mobile applications and digital service platforms can provide farmers and producers with real-time updates on weather conditions, crop advisories, market prices, and government schemes. So such information allows members to take better production decisions and improve their bargaining power also in the markets. We also have to ensure complete digitalization of PACS, the Primary Agriculture Credit Societies operations, build the digital capacity of PACS, staff and members, and enable PACS to function as multi-purpose shops. Because earlier only one purpose was there, but now the cooperative ministry and others want a multi-purpose PACS, which can serve agriculture inputs, credit, procurement, storage, and those kind of objectives. A particularly promising concept is the idea of creating a cooperative digital stack, similar to India's digital public infrastructure initiative, such as Aadhaar and UPI. The cooperative stack would provide a shared digital infrastructure for cooperative institutions across the country. So this platform would integrate databases, financial systems, service portals, and governance tools into unified architecture. For example, we have AgriStack. So digital stack can also be like this AgriStack kind of thing, where a lot of information can be there for cooperatives, banks, and government agencies. Of course, artificial intelligence and advanced analytics further expand the possibilities for cooperative modernization. AI-based tools can help agriculture cooperatives forecast crop yields, predict price fluctuations, and a lot of efficiency can be achieved. Many women are also using these drones and all. The self-help groups, women and others are helping the agriculture. So around the world, cooperatives are increasingly adopting such Industry 4.0 technologies to enhance productivity, transparency, and competitiveness. Technology also offers cooperatives unprecedented opportunities to extend their access to markets, like platforms such as Government e-Marketplace and the Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, can enable cooperatives to reach much larger consumer base than we anticipated earlier. So for rural producers and artisan cooperatives, digital market access can significantly increase incomes while strengthening their economic sustainability. While technology will play a critical role in the future of cooperatives, the human dimension of the cooperative movement must remain central. So cooperatives operate on the principles of democratic participation, member education, and community engagement. So for digital transformation to succeed, cooperative members, managers, and employers must develop the skills necessary to use new technologies effectively. This requires investments or capital mentioned earlier in cooperative education, leadership development, and professional management systems. And training institutions, research centers, and capacity building programs will be essential to achieve this objective. Coming to of course, ultimately the strength of the cooperative model lies in its ability to combine economic efficiency and also social inclusion. Social inclusiveness is one of the important things for cooperatives because they empower small and marginal farmers, women, rural artisans, entrepreneurs, and marginalized communities by enabling them to pool resources and participate in large economic networks. Because cooperatives, unlike profit-driven institutions, they are designed to distribute benefits among their members while strengthening community resilience. So as India advances toward the vision of Viksit Bharat, the cooperative sector can become one of the most powerful pillars of this transformation. So the aspiration of building $1 trillion cooperative economy by 2047 therefore represents more than a sectoral goal. So by combining the principles of cooperation with the transformative power of digital innovation, India can build future-ready cooperatives that drive inclusive growth and also contributes to the developed India by 2047. So to achieve this, let us pledge to the following three things. One, to be future-ready, not status quo bound. Two, to be innovation-driven, not only tradition bound. Three, to be transparent and accountable, not complacent. So at the end, let me reiterate that Cooperative Movement 2.0 demands that we must do the following 6 things. First, build strong digital backbones. Second, own digital markets. Third, innovate new cooperative business models. Fourth, modernize finance and manage risk intelligently. Fifth, compete with trust and technology. Lastly, govern with transparency and accountability. So to conclude, digital transformation is not about software, it's about survival, it's about scale, it's about sustainability. So if cooperative must contribute to the growth, they want $1 trillion economy to the growth, and achieve inclusiveness and also sustainability in terms of protecting the environment and reducing the emissions, then the time for gradual change is over. So there is the decade of decisive action, and we have to do this digital transformation for cooperatives on war footing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dev, for those enlightening remarks.
One last minute surprise they don't know. So with permission of DG, I will tell. So there is a big incisive research done at Gokhale Institute under the aegis of RBHR unit. The name was, you will be very happy to know that, Rural India, Bright Sign or False Dawn, an impact analysis of government, RBI, bank schemes on the rural households in select adjoining villages of Pune. So I would request DC and others, our guests, nothing is a better opportunity to get it released by the. You have to the vice. You will talk to.
We would now like to begin with the technical session, and I would like to invite all the speakers on the dais.
Let me briefly introduce our distinguished speaker for this session. First, we have Dr. K. Tripathi, Joint Secretary at the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Then we have R. Shankar, the CEO of Sahakari Sarathi Private Limited, joined by Mr. Prabhat Chaturvedi, Chief Executive of the National Urban Cooperative Finance and Development Corporation, followed by Mr. Gaurav Kumar, Chief Manager, IT and Systems at IFFCO, one of the largest cooperative organizations, and finally, Mr. Sachin Salyan, Senior Vice President and Head of Cloud and Data Center Services at Wipro.
We are truly honored to have such a diverse and accomplished panel of speakers who bring expertise from policy, finance, technology, and cooperative governance. Without further delay, let us begin the session on digital foundations for future-ready corporations. I now invite the session chair to kindly take the discussion forward.
Very good afternoon to all of you, my expert fellow panelists who are here on the stage, my boss, Chairman EACPM and other dignitaries of the dais. I should extend hearty thanks to Guide Vice Chancellor as well as Mr. Pradhan, who is the organizer of this particular summit, to give me a opportunity to lay before you certain points. I should be very candid. Right now, I am basically, talking to you as a cooperative enthusiast. So, I'll just flip through this context setting, then Industry 4.0, the need for data governance, and governance accountability framework, digital gaps, and then roadmap with the digital kind of governance stack, and then concluding remarks. We have a dream. The dream Viksit Bharat 47. The dream is a collective vision. So we have to actually take that path so that we can reach at Viksit Bharat by 2047. Recently, we released our national cooperation policy on 25th of July 2025, and we have also a big dream to contribute $1 trillion, as Chairman ESCPM has just narrated before you, and the pathways to reach at that goal. So in that, we need to actually transform India to a global manufacturing and service hub. So in that context, in 2047, what our dream is to reach at a GDP of $35 trillion, where the manufacturing sector should contribute around 25%. In that context, it will be very huge. So coming to digitization. So why digitization? Because in the morning, various speakers, so they have elaborated on that particular topic. But the thing is that the question is, can a 21st century cooperative, can operate on 19th century paper registers? So in that context, we need to understand the depth of our cooperatives, our cooperative, the figures are, have already been narrated here. So I'm not going to, spend time on this. But let me tell you that we have diversified sectors in the cooperative arena. So we have 30 crore members, but they are into various sectoral kind of activities, starting from your fishery, your sugar, credit, dairy, housing, logistics, you name them, they are there. So we have diverse acts, state-specific acts. We have MSCS Act, which is recently amended in 2023. So what do we need? We need a reform. We need a standardization. We need also a digital system which would talk to each other. So what should be our mantra? Our mantra should be digitize, decide, democratize, discipline, and then develop. And if we want to actually reach at, Viksit Bharat at 47, that stage. So what's required? Our requirement is to become competitive, to make our cooperatives compete with the world. So, we have given a lot of slogans like think local, think global, local to global, village to global, vocal for local. So we have to cooperate locally but compete globally. So then the question is, why should a cooperative think like a startup? Because, in various forums, the government is saying that cooperative has to actually build a startup ecosystem in their own environment. So then the question is, are we competing over price or over value or price plus value? Because as the expert said, that cooperatives are basically people's organization. They put people before profit. They are there for a purpose. So in that context, what should be our market-oriented approach? So our production should be there which actually attract market, whether there will be brand cooperation, brand cooperatives, or if that is there, what kind of positioning has to be there. So what step that should we take so that there has to be supply chain efficiency, standards as far as the quality is concerned, as far as the certification of displaying that particular standard has or quality standard has been achieved. So in that context, we have to, the first thing is that we were in 19th century cooperatives, we are depending upon the registers. So, and because we wanted that we have to comply with certain kind of provisions, that is why we digitized. But right now, we have to think about our efficiency in production and efficiency in positioning in the global market. In that context, competitiveness is required, and that is why, we will lead to competitiveness only when we digitize ourselves. So, the next one is we have a passion passion for cooperatives, collectives. So, but the passion has to actually, be tied up with performance. So, how, we have good intention, but can good intentions replace good management? And that management will come only when we are linked to each other and through a platform. So who would actually invest in the cooperatives if supposing the perception is that there are governance deficits, there is also professionalism is lacking. In that context, the CEO, whether the CEO is actually very much professional expert in actually operating in that particular system or not, what is basically his relationship with the board. So whether the management and the members, they are talking to each other and they are going in sync. So whether the financial transparency and audit trails are being captured, whether the key performance indicators are followed, basically to track the performance and productivity. And what about the skill development, awareness building of the members, our employees, our board members, our leadership in the board. So whether we have separated our role as far as the activities of the board and activities within the management system is concerned. So in that context, I basically put before you 5D model. We have to digitize all the records. The cooperative, the activities should be paperless. Data-driven decisions, democratic participation, and in where, we have to, as our chairman, ESG PM are saying, that we should concentrate on member centrality, member-owned kind of decision-making process. In that context, every member, their decision, their deliberations, they should be recorded. And then compliance and development acceleration. Here, you see the Industry 4.0 in cooperatives. In one of our papers, Professor Manisha Palyan is here. So what we saw, that we are far behind adopting this Industry 4.0. So wherever we are going, we are basically giving the example of Amul, because Amul, being a dairy cooperative, it has automated its own functions, from the milk production to supply chain management to logistics to distribution. But there are various opportunities, and golden opportunities are there. As Satish Marathe has rightly pointed out, we have to see where the opportunity is lying and how that opportunity has to be harnessed. Whether any support will be required and who can give us the support. The first thing first is that whether I am willing to adopt to those technologies or not. Coming to, digitization, the data is now the new fertilizer, I can say. So, why? Because AI and blockchain, they are going to ensure transparency, and that there we are lacking as such. So why I'm saying so? Because there is a distrust. If you read the papers, from starting with the credit cooperative to the fertilizer cooperative to fishery cooperatives, so the governance deficit is quite visible in that context, I'm saying. So we have to have digital member database, ERP for inventory and finance, DBT, we are living in DBT era. So a lot of subsidies are actually channelized through DBT. So how that integration has to happen and how the cooperative system, ecosystem is going to be one of the vital, channel as far as the DBT is concerned. Mobile apps for member communication, AI-based forecasting, and also the supporting mechanism through maybe cooperative corporation or maybe the government. Here, there are cracks in the foundation. Governance deficit is there, as I said, challenges are plenty. Interference is there, professional management needs to be looked at. There are the regulation, the control kind of thing, you need to check. Member apathy is there. And then, there are also delay in audit, inadequate audit mechanism is there. Other aspects of the accountability framework, the aspects are many, like elections, financial reporting, member participation, decision-making process, then oversight and redress mechanism. We need to actually digitize, the processes. So, Thereafter, I'm just flagging some issues because I'm very candid. We just can't give the slogan and then just go away from this place. So we have to actually find out some feasible roadmap. That is, I'm just setting the context so that my expert panel members, they would actually highlight at the end of the day that what should be the mechanism by which maybe in the policy framework it would be a kind of vital ingredient so that the government can formulate a policy on this. So in this particular slide, what I want to show you that we're working, Dr. Sagar is here, we're working on a particular paper where we saw that, we actually examined, it's a very Herculean task. We examined almost all the state-specific acts as well as the MSES. And then we juxtapose into, various parameters just to understand whether ease of doing business is happening or not. Whether, the governance can be strengthened. So what are the parameters where governance is failing? So in that context, we see that variations is there, variations are there, and then in different states, like in Maharashtra, the board election is happening at every 5 years. In the other states, it's very irregular, or it doesn't happen. So government interference is rampant in case of UP or Maharashtra, whereas it is low in case of Kerala. And then audit requirements, varying standards are there. The registers' powers, somewhere in registers are very influenced, or they don't know anything, or their act doesn't give them that kind of teeth so that they can amend the irregularities. Then membership as well as the conflict resolution. So here I'll just give you the example, which basically I was talking to Dr. Sagar on this. Regular audit, e-voting systems, then social accountability, compliance framework, member awareness programs. Everywhere the digitization has to happen. Why I'm saying so? This is a live example of a particular cooperative where we are facing a lot of difficulties relating to disqualification of a member. So the provision is there. It's a progressive provision. It's built into this MSCS Act as amended in December 2023. Section 43, 41, 44, 19, basically it gives different dimensions, of disqualification of a member from a board of multi-state cooperative society. But the main issue is that there is hardly any digital transparency. That is non-filing of returns. How do I get to know that a particular society has not filed the returns? That is why, if supposing one society X and a society Y. So if I am a member of the society X, that is why I become a member of Y. So if I have done something at while being in X, so that is not actually interoperable. I being in Y, I am not able to understand what I have done in the society X. So I may be insolvent. I might have been convicted for certain offenses. I might have done some kind of embezzlement activities. There may be certain kind of conflict of interest, which I have to actually provide to the register, to the state register, the central register. In case of MSC, the central register, in order to actually get adjudged that I should be disqualified. Again, there is hardly any integration with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs database, GST network database, bank database. So in that context, so even though the progressive provision is there for disqualification of members in order to bring in some kind of governance reforms, but it will be a non-starter because the check will not happen unless and until the digitization is there. So this is basically, we have to say that financial strengthening is required. We need capital, as Mr. Satish Marat has just pointed out, that we need capital to enhance our well-being. Our balance sheet has to be strengthened in order to actually see that our community is strengthened. So in that context, there are various risks. The risks are like cybersecurity framework, like data protection compliance, role-based access control, capacity building of staff, and digital literacy programs. So this is a very important issue. Youth and women connect. There, the participation is very less or negligible. We need to understand how we can attract the youth and women into cooperatives. So in that context, what I have to say that we have to improve our trust. So this trust factor was discussed in this morning. So nobody is actually trusting a cooperative activity, right? Because negative news galore, right? The board capture is rampant. So board is capturing almost all the activities. So it is not aligned with the constitutional amendment. Then professionalism is lacking, as well as we have to enhance the credibility if we want that the youth or women, they have to come and adopt cooperatives. So here, I am just telling all of you that this ERP solution, this is not a sufficient condition. So it's maybe a necessary condition. So we should go for ERP plus model. So in the ERP, which we can see that out of around out of 1.02 lakh packs, 63,000 packs were actually chosen for digitization, for computerization. So out of which around 80% computerization has been complete, but we need to define what computerization means. So whether just by having one hardware we are computerized, or our balance sheet is actually being generated out of the system at the end of the financial year. That we need to see. But here, what I am saying that we have to go beyond ERP. We have to have member module, that is member digital platform. We have to have a dashboard which will tell us, what are the compliance kind of thing that we have to do. And then the trade module, the digital trade platform should be there. Policy ecosystem is there because Sahakarism Samriddhi is there. That is why this cooperation ministry was constituted on 6th of July 2021. So MOC is actually giving a push, and also the states and the UTs, they are being given some kind of incentives through the central intervention to give a push to the cooperative development. But we should focus on ease of doing business, and that will come only when the digitization happens. Then coming to, these are the challenges which have been narrated in the morning itself. I'm not going to go deep into this. There are opportunities. Only progressive provisions, as I said, that is not going to give us the fruit. What we need a particular digital platform, a digital modules to capture those, governance provisions, that transparency provisions, as well as accountability and oversight mechanisms. Then, here I can say that everything is there, but we need some digitized, activities. Some technocrats, some people, they should come to the MOC or through the state government. They can also tell us how to actually prepare those modules and put it into the central MSCS portal, e-compliance filing, real-time audit uploads, whether those would be different kind of modules within a system or different system within a particular system. Then the question comes, can compliance scores would be given, and those would be determining our access to capital? I think yes, and the time has come to basically be very strict about this. So in that context, the digitization has to happen, where the supervisory dashboard will give us data in one particular analysis, a query-based data. Risk-based inspection triggers would happen. Then at least warning signals should come, so that can take some kind of initiative to check the fraud, to check the fraudulent activity, embezzlement or circumvention of your own rules and violation of own rules can be checked. Then interstate data exchange, that is interoperability, which in the morning they told us. So this is basically the amendment is required, but amendments would only create compliance obligations, and then digitization, if happens, that will actually convert them into the automated workflows. So, coming to backbone of reform, yes, blockchain and AI. Those are basically the main thing that we can actually utilize right now in the beginning in the cooperative environment. Then coming to PAC's digitization model, I think whatever we have done, whatever initial phase that we have passed through, let us try and begin it in dairy cooperatives, in fishery cooperative, and housing societies. Because housing societies, you see that it is totally member-driven society. So the member registry has to be there, and member activity has to be listed. But that is not the case of the fisheries. Fisheries is a productive, kind of activity like dairies. So in that context, you need to customize your own digital platform. I don't know. I'm not a technician, but from my experience, that I can tell you that customization will be very difficult here in diverse sectors. So this part, the right hand side, I'll say that we need a robust capacity building mechanism through digital platform. So here we need to. So I'll just stop here. So these are all the layers that I could actually list it here. Like identify layer can be there, where cooperative ID can be generated, and then some registry can happen. Maybe other can be linked into it. Then governance module would be there, where board meeting, voting system, automated notice issuance kind of system, those can be tried. Then compliance system, then financial and analytics system. So I'll just conclude and then hand over to my friends. This is not optional, this is foundational, and that is why we're here. So we have to actually enhance our credibility. We should not control our institution. So we have to digitize for a strong system. And stronger cooperative would basically mean that we are smart. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we are honored to have with us R. Shankar. He has been actively working towards strengthening cooperative institutions by providing strategic guidance and innovative solutions for the sector.
Good morning to everyone. Warm greetings from R. Shankar, myself, the CEO of Sahakar Sarthi Private Limited, a newly formed company. And also on behalf of my company people, I extend a warm greetings to each and every one of you present here. The distinguished speakers in the first session have laid out the importance of cooperatives in the Indian context and what role it can play in the Vikshit Bharat campaign. And the speaker before me touched upon various facets of cooperative banks, cooperative institutions, and what kind of positives are there, what really are the areas of concern. He had beautifully captured through his speech. So I would like to focus, and my focus will be on a few areas. Before that, I also extend my warm greetings to the other panel members who are present in the dais. First a brief introduction about my company. Many of you may not have heard about it. It is called Sahakar Sarthi Private Limited. It is formed under the visionary leadership of Government of India. It has been formed as a joint initiative of NABARD and National Cooperative Development Corporation with an authorized capital of 1,000 crore rupees. The unique feature of this capital structure is that cooperatives are a significant part of this whole equity. Out of the 1,000 crores, 1/3 is contributed by NABARD, 1/3 by National Cooperative Development Corporation, and balance 1/3 contributed by the rural cooperative banks. When I say rural cooperative banks,
it covers the state cooperative banks and district central cooperative banks. And down the line, the tiers are there like PACS societies, fisheries society, dairy societies, about which and all my previous speaker dwelt upon in detail. So these cooperative banks, as you know very well, the counterpart is there, urban cooperative banks are there. Our focus, or rather the company's focus, is only on the state cooperative bank and district central cooperative banks, which are regulated by RBI and also under the various provisions of the State Cooperative Societies Act, and they are supervised by NABARD. I have to briefly trace back the digitization or the computerization efforts in the cooperative banks to understand the context fully. Only around 2012 or so, the Reserve Bank mandated that they need to have a core banking platform. Since then, things have moved far beyond in the normal banking scenario, whereas our cooperative banks were not able to keep pace with that level of advancement in adoption of technology in their space. There could be various reasons for it. So let us think of the positives as we move forward. They had the severe limitation of identifying proper technologies, ability to commit larger capital outlays, because all this IT and digitization calls for huge capital investment, and you can't just replace the system just because it is not performing to the desired level. So over a period of time, the IT scenario and the digital landscape in the country, especially in the financial sector, has vastly changed. The JAM Trinity, which was mentioned in the morning inaugural session, and the COVID has taught us so many things, like how the ease of living or ease of business or ease of individuals' daily needs, how digitization plays a great role. Whether our cooperative banks are in a position to offer the modern banking facilities or the next-in-class technologies for their customers to enhance their customer experience, to retain them, and to bring in the youth into the fold, are we ready for it? That is a question before us. So with the aim to realize this huge potential, where the huge demographic dividend is there, and I also personally feel need not be taken it out of context. The spate of mergers which are happening in the banking scene, where the number of banks are, in terms of number, it is getting reduced. And if you see the experiences in other developed economies like Germany and certain European economies, including Australia also, in US, the common man's things are a lot of banking services are met by cooperative systems, because it is much more affordable, it's much more inclusive in its approach. So I feel there is a great potential which is emerging for the cooperative banks, though we have been little not in tune with the full-scale digitization which we are seeing in the mainstream banks. When I say mainstream banks, the large institutions like systemically important institutions, I don't want to take the name, the leading banks of the country, what they offer to their customers in terms of service, whether our cooperative banks are able to offer that. That is the question before us. To address this issue in its full gamut of operations, this company has been formed. The focus will be technology-led services. So it is not that whatever they are currently having will be replaced by something. It is not going to be in that disruptive fashion. We have understood, or rather the company with its extensive consultations with the stakeholders, that principally the banks and their members, we have understood what exactly they are looking for it, and we want to ease their pain of adoption of technology. When I said pain of adoption of technology, it starts from identifying the technology to ultimate rollout and maintaining and making the disaster recovery, everything end to end, full without any difficulty. But that is a huge challenge. So individual cooperative banks, by its nature in terms of their volume of business, the number of clients they serve, or their size of business, they won't be able to commit larger investments, their human manpower, all these are challenges. So what we are aiming to do is unburden them from all these aspects and let them concentrate fully on the banking business. So with this aim, the company has been formed. This is the mission of the company. I don't want to boast that we are going to do this, that and all, because we are just formed. We are hardly 6 months old. Nevertheless, we have made a good stride with the active support of the Ministry of Cooperation and the senior officials in the government and the participating banks. I'm happy to state here that as on date, we have mobilized a capital of 803 crores for the company, and this company will identify suitable solutions, whether it is a core banking solution which is requiring the decent upgrade, or whether it is going to be the entire payment rails, they have to be made available. We know only commonly used payment rails like UPI, AEPS, and the traditional ones like NEFT, IMPS, and RTGS like that. But not all cooperative banks have the wherewithal to go for this technology, and also the regulatory permissions available for them for certain products. So we are trying to address these issues, because once we demonstrate the capability of the institutions to offer a technology which satisfies the regulatory requirements, probably the regulator also will feel comfortable to permit these cooperative banks to offer all the digital bouquet of services. So this is also one major area. We want to see that the entire payment solutions are made available through the cooperative banks. Then, as we see in the leading private sector banks and also in the public sector banking space, there are a lot of digital loan journeys are there. It is very easy to apply for a loan or a credit card just by pressing few buttons in the app. But whether we have that kind of a facility available for our cooperative banks? No. Maybe few leading cooperative banks in the urban banking space, the Tier 4 banks and all, maybe having, but not uniformly available across. So what we are working on is loan origination solutions for internally to improve its governance management standards. We want to introduce loan management systems. We want entire data warehouse systems to be built for the banks. All this we want to do it in such a way, as the bank grows, they will be able to pick up a service and pay as you use. So means they will be not required to make capital expenditure. We will bear the burden of capital expenditure, but we will charge these banks or rather recoup the charges and other expenditure by way of pay as you go model. So this is a principle on which the company has been formed. We have identified a set of about 54 services which these banks will be requiring in a medium time frame or in a steady state. Once these are completely rolled out, we call it as a bank in a box. Everything that bank requires will be available from this company. That is the mission in which the company and its officials are currently focusing on. Maybe as we go along, we move in this journey, probably we'll be able to share more insights about the company's activities. But at the current stage, the company has been developed a roadmap which will address all these pain points of the banks. And more importantly, security, cybersecurity is gaining greater emphasis with all kind of threats. We have seen, we are reading in papers, government is also giving a lot of advisories. But if you look at the individual cooperative banks, not all are equipped in a position to manage this kind of operational risk. So we are also going to provide cybersecurity as a service to these cooperative banks, so that it's actually cybersecurity, or for that matter, any security is like a big funnel where any amount of money you put, it is capable of taking it. But at the end of the day, whether you are really fully secured, only time will tell. So there are certain limitations in which the banks are operating. So we want to ease their burden. And that is the whole objective of this company. With this in mind, what we are also aiming to do is, as you know, as many bankers are here and also IT practitioners are there, conventionally the IT infrastructure used to reside within the bank's premises in physical form and all, but it has got limitations. Now the cloud computing and cloud storage, which can facilitate easier scaling it up and also its ability to interact with other stacks which were being mentioned in the morning also, the India stack story or a cooperative stack. These days, unless your systems are capable of integrating with the external systems and solutions available in the market, we won't be able to complete all the business journeys, and rule engines and all cannot be fully addressed. So we are laying emphasis on developing a suitable cloud. There will be a public cloud which we will have, and also a private cloud for more secure operations. That will be the foundational infrastructure on which we are currently working. And as we move along, we want to see that all 385 banks within our fold, within this, they are the companies, the shareholders, they see value in what we are doing it, and they become the true owners of this enterprise in full sense. In some economies like German and Finland, the cooperative banks have got their own support systems in place. They have their own IT, completely IT solutions are fully developed by them. They don't rely on the vendors also. That is a very high level of maturity. Maybe as we start our journey, we will try to identify solutions from the market, but as we move along, we should be able to develop these things in-house. The ultimate aim is the cost has to be brought down for the individual banks, and they cannot be forced to absorb huge amounts of IT-related expenditure in their profit and loss account. So this is the broadly the theme on which the company has been formed, and I'm happy to state that we had the blessings of the minister who launched the company on December 5th at Ahmedabad in one of the major events, and about 13 services were launched in that, which have very limited or impact or rather dependency on the CBS systems of the banks. So such kind of services we have focused. One or two novel services which I would like to mention here. One is a GenAI kind of a bot service which we have introduced. And in fact, some of the feedback which we have received from far-flung areas of the interior areas, the bank's customers are thrilled to receive some phone call from a bank, their bank. They are surprised. All these days, they have not received any phone call. A phone call offering a loan product for its customer. And in few cases, even recoveries have taken place. The customer may not have repaid the dues, the gentle call. It's all bot-enabled call in 12 languages. And they were surprised. The bots have been trying to do the local level conversations. So these kind of solutions also simultaneously we have introduced to bring the banks into our fold, and also to see that we start delivering services in the initial period itself. Any IT solution has got a certain level of timeline and time lag involved in rolling it out. So with that in mind, we are prioritizing the services, and we will be giving this to the banks on a pay-per-use model. This is briefly about the company I am representing today in front of you. As far as the various governance and trust issues and all which are flagged by my previous speaker, digitization definitely brings out the best of both worlds. Internally also, it will help us in arriving at the decision-making points faster with better dashboards, and the governance standards will automatically improve. The things come out very fast when it is digitized as compared to the physical or other modes of maintenance of records. So I am sure, sir, with the faster digital adoption, many of the challenges which you highlighted will get naturally addressed, but we need to work at a greater speed, because we can't wait for long to achieve this mission. Thank you. You have any questions? I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, thank you for your deep insight into this issue. So the thing is that, we'll have question answer session maybe, right now, the event organizer, they have actually told us that we have to be restricted to 10 minutes. So in that context, I'm also sorry, because I have also taken 20-25 minutes. So I think now I should invite Mr. Prabhat Chaturvedi ji, Chief Executive, National Urban Cooperative Finance and Development Corporation. I would basically, request you to highlight on 2-3 things. What should be the essential component of an effective ERP system? Because the ERP system is there, which is being launched. It is getting, tested, implemented by the packs in the rural areas, and around 71,000 packs they have already got digitized. And can MIS strengthen board level oversight? Because those are the greatest problem that we are facing in case of cooperatives, in case of state registered cooperatives as well as MSCS cooperatives. And what are the long-term risks of delaying core system of modernization? Because that infrastructure has to happen. So those 3 things, if you can delve, you can go. And
so good afternoon all. I represent the National Urban Cooperative Finance and Development Corporation, which is the umbrella organization for all the 1500 odd urban cooperative banks in India. And we basically are instituted by Reserve Bank of India and supported by Ministry of Cooperation. Our job is to, Sakar Sarthi is our rural banks counterpart. We have few more responsibilities compared to them. So we'll be bankers bank to the urban cooperative banks. We can provide them capital, loan, refinance and liquidity support services. That is one role. Second role is RBI has mentioned in a license, we have to create a centralized integrated tech platform, which basically will cater to all the urban cooperative banks. And these are compared to rural PACs or other cooperatives, non-financial, non-credit cooperatives. These are evolved institutions. They already have ERPs like core banking system and all. So our job is to basically bring their cost down, because individual banks are finding it very difficult to finance their IT effort. And increasingly, because of cloud, AI, a lot of tools involved, cybersecurity, frauds, it is becoming very difficult for banks to be profitable given all those expenses. And there are challenges. Now the banking is also moving towards integrated platforms. So when we say platforms, like all the public sector banks, they have come together, 12 banks, they have created a company called PSB Alliance, which is basically working as a centralized tech provider for all the public sector banks. Similarly, you have a company called IBDIC, Indian Banks Digital Infrastructure Company. These are all DPI companies in a way. And we have Sakar Sarthi for rural cooperatives. And we have our organization for the urban cooperatives. Why platforms are important? Last month, we attended one event by Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, and the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, I4C, wherein they said that when there is a cybercrime fraud, for example, if in your family, in your friends, somebody gets cheated, their account is hacked, they immediately call a helpline, which is 1930, as to what can be done to recover my money. Immediately, the ministry, the I4C officials come into action, and their effort is, because this money then goes into multiple mule accounts, then a second layer of mule accounts, and then goes out of country in form of bitcoins or cryptocurrency or through ATM withdrawals and all. If this current money can be stopped in the flow, then the money can be recovered and given back to the person who is cheated. But to do that, they require a lot of data as to which account was hacked, which all account it went, money went into, and where it can be stopped. When they asked bank for that information, each bank has separate core banking system. Each bank has their own narrations, their own way of operating their banking. So it becomes very difficult for law enforcement agencies and police to coordinate all that and figure out money went into which all account and how to recover that money. That is why now increasingly standardization, platformization is happening, which is one of the core responsibilities of our organization. So as I said, banking is changing. You have cloud, AI, digital payments, real-time payments. We are the largest country in terms of real-time payments thanks to UPI. Every 2 transactions globally, 1 is happening in India. So 50%, more than 50% of real-time digital transactions are happening in India. That creates a lot of need for cybersecurity and safety, and the need for shared platform and standards. That is our role. Talking about urban cooperative banks, this is the size. Put together, they have close to 5.8 lakh crore deposits, 3.7 lakh crore loans and advances. If you put this all together, all the urban cooperative banks together, we are bigger than Kotak Mahindra Bank or IndusInd Bank. We are amongst the top 8-9 banks in the country. But because we are 1,500, geographically distributed, linguistically diverse, we are not acting as one. So our NPA, if you see, has improved. 6.2% is the gross NPA number for the industry put together. 0.6% is the net NPA number for industry put together. And our provision coverage ratio is also 90%. So banks are doing very good, but they need digitization. Where they are lacking as a customer, you will not differentiate whether your bank is a public sector bank, private sector bank, or urban cooperative bank. You require same kind of services, mobile banking, internet banking, UPI from your bank. Our banks, basically, the large ones, the tier 4 or the larger tier 3 banks have very good IT systems, but the smaller one, tier 1 and tier 2 banks, which is the majority, they lack the digital capabilities. That is our role, how we can enable them to bridge this digital gap. Now, major challenges against these urban cooperative banks, one is of policy and governance, as was pointed out by my previous speakers also. How do we bring transparency? How do we bring governance? How the board of directors, board of management, and the management of the bank, senior management of the bank, they function independently and transparently. That is one area where we have the responsibility to bring the change. Second is the challenges in raising capital. I think, sir, you pointed out the challenges in raising capital. So that is our role. We can give them capital, we can give them loan, we can give them refinance to fund their growth if they want to increase their loan book. Third is technology gap, I already spoke about. Fourth is concentration risk. If you are giving large ticket loans in very few geographies, you are now dependent on very few borrowers in very limited geographies. So your risk is higher. Something happens, for example, you have given loan to say farmers in Kolhapur, which are growing sugarcane. Something happens with sugarcane crop or the sugar prices go down, your entire portfolio may be delinquent. So those kind of concentration risk, how they can avoid through policy measures and human capital. The training, skilling or upgradation of their skill, that is another big area where they need help. And these are our basically activities that we have already started. We are building a centralized tech platform, a data center, DR site, core banking system, and payment systems, all those on the technology side to enable these banks, even the smallest of the banks, to provide same kind of digital service that the larger banks or private sector banks are providing. On the capacity building side, we are about to enter into MOU with Reserve Bank of India, where we will be providing a 3-pronged skilling initiative: in-person training, virtual training, and learning management system, online training on all kind of banking activities, especially related to loans, credit risk management, IT and cybersecurity. So we'll create an app through which the employees of the bank will be able to get the training anytime, anywhere. After the training, they can give a test. If they qualify the test, they get a certificate, and this certificate is issued by RBI. So this kind of training, anytime, anywhere training can be imparted. That's on the capacity building side. We are also rolling out model HR policies, how the compensation structure should be, how the performance management system should be, how the KPIs and KRS should be defined, and how you should incentivize your employees to do more and do better business. Those policies we are rolling out. We are also creating shared services like shared platform. We are also providing, for example, legal advisory, technology advisory, the virtual CISO support, those kind of shared services, because individually for small banks, it will be next to impossible to create all the capabilities, all the digital offerings in one place. So plug and play, centralized service, pay as you go kind of capacities we are building. cybersecurity and data protection is an underlying layer in whatever we are doing because of the DPDP Act and the cybersecurity provisions of RBI. Our infra should be compliant of all these legal and regulatory aspects. That is what we are baking in the solution that we are building. So this is my last slide. There is a big opportunity. If we have been listening since morning, we are a 3.5, 3.8 trillion economy right now, 4 trillion. If we have to go 35 trillion by 2047, in like 20-22 years, you have to grow 10 times. For that to happen, your GDP should grow at around 10 to 12%. When GDP has to grow at around 10 to 12%, your banking financial services sector has to grow at around 1.5 to 2x of that. So if GDP is growing at 7-8%, for example, currently, banking should grow at 14-15%. Now, urban cooperative banks, while the large ones, tier 4, Saraswat, SVC, TJSB, Janta Sehkari, they are growing at 16%. Loans, deposits are growing at 19%. But the small banks, tier 1 and tier 2 banks, they are growing at 2 to 4%. So there is a huge opportunity, and government is also helping these banks to modernize, digitize, to become another cylinder in the engine that is required to fuel the economy, grow the economy. You heard the Honorable Finance Minister talking about we need more banks, we need bigger banks, we need more NBFCs. Why that is required? Because if the economy and the BFSI has to grow, we need more capable banks, we need bigger private sector banks, bigger public sector banks, we need these urban cooperative banks are more than 100 years old institution. If they can be modernized, they also start contributing in the digital growth of the economy. How that can happen, and it cannot happen with technology alone. You have to give policy support, you have to give manpower skilling, you have to give the cybersecurity framework, and all that in a manner that these banks can execute, because they have limited manpower, and especially technology manpower is costly, is difficult to get. We have a lot of global capability centers being built in India. So it's not easy for small banks to recruit costly manpower or very specialized manpower. How this framework can be created centrally and given to them on a shared basis, pay-as-you-go basis, that is the mandate of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi. Only one issue. The issue is we have around 1,500 urban cooperative banks, and but there are around 88,000 thrift and credit societies. So there are a lot of issues in the thrift and credit society that are not there still on the paper register. They want to get digitized. A lot of fraudulent activities are happening. I am privy because I am sitting in Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog was planning commission, Australia planning commission, and a lot of fraudulent activity also happened because of this. So maybe, very insightful and, very nicely blend of, policy as well as the practice kind of insight that you have given here. Thank you so much. And now I will invite Mr. Gaurav Kumar, Chief Manager, IT and Systems, IFCO. So welcome. Kindly, if you can focus from the perspective of IFCO also, that if supposing there are systems, digital systems, so what has become effective in your areas? And then can you just give us some kind of policy prescription that that can be replicated in where? It's not only fertilizer case, maybe you have other subsidiaries also. So keeping those in view, so if you can give us that map. Yeah. And kindly, make a brief intervention.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, industry leaders, fellow professionals, and distinguished guests. I am Gaurav Kumar from IFCO. It's an honor to address you today on the subject that will define the next decade of Bharat's cooperative journey on digital and artificial intelligence transformation. So in today's brief presentation, we'll be discussing why the digitization is necessary and why now. And I'll also share the IFCO's perspective, how we can build future-ready cooperatives that are more resilient, transparent, inclusive, and globally competitive. In IFCO, we believe that technology is not about automation alone. It is about the empowerment of all the stakeholders, be it our member societies, our consumers, our vendors, suppliers, and our employees as well. Let me take you a brief introduction about the IFCO. Indian Farmer Fertilizer Cooperative Limited, established in 1967, has grown into the world's largest fertilizer cooperative. We serve more than 35,000 member societies and in turn more than 5 crore farmers who are directly associated with these societies. Our scale is vast: multi-plant operations, global ventures, and millions of transactions. At this scale, digital systems are not optional, they are essential. Friends, Bharat's cooperative movement stands at a defining moment. The question before us is not whether the digital transformation is necessary, but the real question is, will the cooperatives lead this transformation or follow it? At IFCO, we see the digital transformation as a strategic lever across 4 dimensions: farmers' prosperity, institutional transparency, financial sustainability, and global competitiveness. Now, why digital transformation is urgent? From IFCO's perspective, digital is no longer modernization. It is survival, and beyond survival, leadership. The choice is simple: transform or become irrelevant. At IFCO, we face multiple challenges from our business perspective, like unpredictable monsoons affecting the crop cycle, commodity prices fluctuates without any warning, members expect real-time services without any manual delay, and private agri-techs, they are penetrating rural India very aggressively. So this digitization helps us in achieving operational efficiency, financial transparency, data-driven decisions, and long-term resilience. Now, today's time we have a lot of advanced technologies like AI, IoT, and I know each and every organization, cooperatives, they want to have these technologies. But we must understand, transformation does not begin with the AI. Transformation begins with the readiness. Each cooperative must assess connectivity and infrastructure, ERP and MIS adoption, data standardization, and digital skills at grassroots level. At IFCO, we adopted a phased onboarding approach for our member society, a centralized platform, yet scalable for the societies of all sizes. We understand that without the stronger foundation, the advanced technologies become ineffective. So let me take you in the next slide. I'll discuss about the brief core digital backbone we placed at IFCO. See, when the infrastructure is strong, the data becomes the strategic asset. So at IFCO, we implemented Oracle's ERP to integrate our procurement, production, finance, and distribution. This eliminates the silos and provides the real-time enterprise visibility. We developed a Sati portal to connect digitally with our 35,000 member societies. We also launched a Sekar Ulam app, mobile app, to bring the services directly to the farmers. We implemented MIS dashboards for the leadership visibility. We adopted a cloud infrastructure way back in 2022. I think we are the first cooperative to go for the cloud implementation. And it helps us in scalability and cost efficiency. AI and analytics. Friends, AI is no longer a buzzword. It is happening in the real world. We must move from reporting to predicting. Instead of intuition-based decisions, we have adopted for the evidence-based governance. AI does not replace the cooperative values. Rather, it strengthens them by providing decisions more faster, fairer, and transparent. AI also helps us in demand forecasting, crop advisory, procurement optimization, and supply chain efficiency. Now, the next slide is about the most important aspects, or I'll say the major concern each and every industry or the cooperative is facing today, is the cybersecurity. We all know as the digitization increases, so do the risks. I must emphasize, cybersecurity is not an IT issue. It is a governance issue. Members trust the cooperative societies, and that trust must extend to our digital platforms also. At IFCO, we primarily focus at multi-layer authentication, data encryption, continuous vulnerability assessments, and cybersecurity framework. Now, in the previous slides, we discussed about few of the portals or the infra we place at IFCO. But we must understand digital transformation does not stop at the internal system. It must extend to how we engage the market and how we serve our members. At IFCO, our e-procurement system ensures the complete visibility of inquiries and purchase orders, transparent vendor participation, online bidding through secure and digital certificates. With technologies like blockchain-enabled authenticity verification, we can ensure our consumers about the product origin and quality. Now lastly, if we'll discuss about the member trust, we feel that once the members feel seen, heard and supported, trust deepens. I'll skip this slide because it's again the repetitive. Now, what we say is the emerging technology for the next decade, specifically for the IFCO. IFCO is proactively moving from the experimentation to the scalable implementation across every layer of organization. We believe that cooperatives that adopt early will lead. Looking ahead for the year 2030, what IFCO is saying that artificial intelligence will optimize production and planning. IoT sensors will enable precision agriculture. Blockchain will ensure product traceability and authenticity. Cloud ecosystem will unify the data across federated structures. Now, the roadmap for the digital cooperatives way forward. Friends, roadmap is clear. Transformation is a journey, not an event. Transformation is not a one-time project or a software implementation. Rather, it is a continuous journey of evaluation. This journey typically progresses through three phases. The phase 1, foundation. It deals with the digital readiness, ERP integration, cloud infrastructure, and cybersecurity. The phase 2, integration. Each cooperative must emphasize on AI and analytics, digital e-commerce, and digital finance. Phase 3. Once we have a strong foundation and all the systems in place, we must look for the platform-based ecosystem, AI-powered governance, and global integration. Now in the last slide, I'll summarize the presentation. And now that we clearly understand what digital and artificial intelligence transformation truly means, we must act decisively and collectively. The window of opportunity is now. Those who lead digitally today will shape the cooperatives tomorrow. So, to make the Bharat's future-ready cooperative, we must invest in scalable infrastructure, embedding AI into decision-making, strengthen cyber resilience, modernize governance, and ensure financial inclusion at every level. Thank you for your time, attention, and valuable presence. I truly appreciate this opportunity to share these insights with you. And on behalf of my organization, IFCO, I'll just say, together we cultivate not just crops, but the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for setting the stage nicely for the next speaker. Mr. Sachin, I would request you to tell our audience, the experts sitting off the dais, so kindly take the stage. I see that there is a merit in establishing infrastructure, centralized infrastructure, but don't you think that our primary entities like banks, like urban cooperative banks, they are sister organizations at the bottom, primary dairy, primary fishery, they also need some kind of framework to arrest cyber threats. So whether the centralized kind of system is necessary, or whether we have to think about these people first and then go for centralized system. If you could just highlight those points.
Sure, thank you. I will cover that. Good afternoon. I think all the dignitaries who spoke about the cybersecurity and all the related stuff, I will do it from the practical point of view. People spoke at the front end, I will talk at the back end kind of a stuff. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sachin Salian. I represent an organization named Writer Information. And Writer Information, how many of you know Writer Information is a part of the banking sector for more than 75 years? I actually talk in most of the cooperative society events and even with the banking events. And when I ask what is Writer Information, nobody talks that we know about Writer Information. So I will give you just quick background about the organization, about Writer Information. It's a 75-year-old organization, and we have been associated with the BFSI sector for entire of my 75 years since the organization is all about. So what we do, if you look at all the 3,000 banks all across India and the tier 4 cooperative societies with the gentleman spoke, any loans, any personal loan, any home loans, any kind of loans which are actually given back to the users on the ground, there is a documentation work which goes across. And that documentation work which goes across is not stored in the bank, but it is stored with the corporate warehouses which Writer Information supports it out. So today, if the banking system says that if they deliver a home loan and I as a consumer go back and tell that the home loan document will be given back to me within 4 hours, that is something Writer Information does that. And that's where Writer Information is part of this banking sector for 75 years. We have 37 corporate warehouses where all these documentations are stored with us. And that's the importance which what Writer Information brings in. The earlier dignitary spoke about the digitalization, but I will give the practical example of how the digital records are more and more relevant to us, both from a consumer level and from an organizational level. We, as I said, we are the pioneers into this, where we collect the paperwork. And when COVID hit in the February 2020, it was not possible for the banking ecosystem to go back and collect all these records. And that's where we said that it is time for us to move from paper to the digital economy. And that's where I will use the practical examples. We have a business called SSS, which we call as a secure storage services. And under that secure storage services, all the banks records or the personal records, we have almost close to 4 crore records of all the people across India, which get stored across the corporate warehouses which we have. Now, that's the challenge. We said that, the paper is shrinking and people are moving to the mobilized and the digital world. And that's where we say SSS or the secure storage services has to get evolved. And that's where we started our evolvement into an organization named Writer Information. So if you see, we as a sector is widely, probably it's distributed. We are 75 years with Writer Information, Writer Relocation, Writer Reality, and even Shilling is one of the part of the group. So that's the corporate. The next piece what I will cover is that From a practical point of view, my colleague spoke about bank in a box or branch in a box, and we are practically delivering it all across. So we have built writer information with our own practices from a secure storage services. We have built our own ecosystem from a cloud perspective. We have our own private cloud, which is called as the Intellix Cloud. I was just speaking to the co-speaker and he said that he was looking for a sovereign or the new cloud. That's a buzzword which is happening. And with all the geopolitics happening, everybody wants the records to be within India because nobody knows that where the records are stored. If I go to AWS or the Google as a platform, it might be with the availability zone in US, not Europe. But yesterday, when somebody bombed Dubai, which is called as the most secured country, and AWS as a data center got bombed, the immediate attention came back to the Indian data centers and how exactly the records are being stored. With all this compliance, we have built a kind of a, the robust branch in the box or the bank in the box modules with the combination of the cyber security. We also have a SOC as a service. Now with the DPDP implementation, the Data Privacy or Digital Privacy Data Protection Act coming effective in November 2025, with the NBFCs and the BFSI sector to be the first movers to ensuring that the DPDP play a pivotal role. We are our own, I will say, a product which talks about the content module, the risk module, or even the cookie management module, which can cover what exactly the DPO officer, because that's the mandates coming from RBI that you require to have a digital protection officer, the DPO, to be in place. And that's the module and that's the product that we currently have. So we are more like a banking partner or a banking app for everybody. 3,000 cooperative societies across the states, Maharashtra, Karnataka or Gujarat, are part of the ecosystem that we are currently delivering up to. Then the other thread that we're talking about is a cybersecurity. Cybersecurity moves into a different platform altogether. Phishing attacks, ransomware attacks. I can even say people with the impersonal coming on your WhatsApp that XYZ with your photo saying that asking a kind of a money. We are actually having the same product which can tell you that who as a persona has come back with your own photograph and we can trace it back. That's the product that we already delivered it for most of the organization. Now with cloud adoption, my colleague spoke about cloud adoption as well. With cloud adoption, what comes is that I have a developer at the back end who is developing a banking system. They might require a privilege access, but that privilege access becomes risky because then I can take the code of the bank and give it to somebody. I can even take something as well. And that's where we have another product called Identity Access Management, which is more of a symmetry where we restrict it with the role-based access control. And that's the business outcome that we have developed with the AI coming in place. So if you look from a journey perspective, I have covered cloud where we support our own sovereign cloud, which is Intellix. We have 2 seismic zones, one in Mumbai, the other in Chennai. We do a co-location. We even do just for the cooperative societies, we want to ensure that they don't burden the cost. We have built up a bank in the box or the branch kind of a model coming in place, which is called Intellix. Then the private cloud coming in. And with the AI, now AI keeps on moving and modernization is a buzzword that keeps on talking about. If people might be knowing a product called NewGen, which was number 1, wherever you go, your documents management system or your Dropbox or people using Apple as an Apple cloud, we have a number 1 product in India, which is more from an India perspective, which is called InfoDocs. So that's the product that we have already delivered all across. So I think that gives me a gist about what writer information does. And just to answer how exactly the cyber security, I think cyber security, I will say, divided into 4 aspects. SOC as a service where your threats and the vulnerabilities are captured. From an application perspective, we do the MAPTs and the VAPTs. The third aspect is more related to the access control with the role-based or the privilege access management, which comes in place. And the fourth is nothing but the advisory and consulting. And that's where we keep on talking on educating the people. So with that kind of an ecosystem built, I was surprised when our colleagues talked about we building the cloud and we say that, we already done it from a practical point of view. because we learned it in a very hard way in last 5-year journey with all the cooperative societies, lessons learning that we have built up. We said, let's build the box in the kind of a stuff. I think that's, I will not cover more because I just spoke about it in detail right now. If any queries or any questions, I'm just right outside. You can come and talk to me. I don't want to be right in between the lunch and everything. So every time I keep on talking the cooperative societies, and every time I'm the last speaker, and I just don't want to be the villain all across. Guys, thank you for patience. Thank you for hearing all across. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So if there is any question, you can take 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, questions.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sneha Gavia. I'm co-founder of a private organization that's helping digitize DCCBs. Given the panelists who are here, how do you see the role of the private sector, and how do you, think about encouraging competition and innovation from the private sector in helping digitize, our different cooperatives, and specifically DCCBs and other banks in the cooperative sector?
You can spin it.
Yeah. So one initiative that we've already started, we are calling it Bharat Coopathon, which is basically banks on one side, urban cooperative banks, telling about the problems that they're facing. And there are solutions available, but they're very costly. So on the other side, we have startups who are pitching that we can solve this problem at lower cost, and we don't have large overheads. We are nimble-footed. We can flexibly solve your problems. So banks and startups coming on one platform. This platform is basically hosted by us, NUCFDC, and the IIM Ahmedabad Ventures. Once they pitch the solution, banks will give them opportunity to pilot. If they proof of concept established, they prove that the problem is getting solved at much lower cost. And if they require seed funding, IIM Ahmedabad Venture is providing the seed funding also. And once the final product is ready, it is being rolled out to all the banks through us without any marketing cost. So distribution, marketing, logistics, selling your product to so many banks, meetings, travel, all that cost is also saved. We are doing it for UCC, urban cooperative banks. I think Sekar Sarthi will be doing it for DCCBs. So we are open to collaborations. Ground rules remain the same, like we were discussing in our respective presentations. It has to be an Indian company, Indian-owned company. Data should reside in India. The cybersecurity and data protection clauses act should be followed. Those ground rules, if they are being obeyed, we are more than willing to participate with the companies or collaborate with the companies. All the activities that we are doing in collaboration with the small or mid-size or large private sector companies also. Yeah. I think you are.
Can I ask a question?
Prabhatji has nicely covered that. More or less on similar lines, we also encourage. So if the solutions are cost effective, we can even think of doing a POC kind of a thing. And probably then the banks can take it forward further. Or it can be rolled out as a product from our company.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you.
This was a very insightful session. I'm Ruchi Agarwal, CEO of National Insurance Vimo Seva Cooperative. This is Seva's insurance cooperative, fully women-led, and the only micro insurance cooperative in India, which is a multi-state format. Talking of digitization, I would say we have seen over the last 5 years an acceleration in digitization across our operations and the entire, working, whether it is through our own mobile application, whether it is digital payments through QR codes, or encouraging digital financial literacy at the grassroots. But from experience, one thing which I have seen is a real challenge, and I would want your expert advice that when we talk of digital inclusion and digitization, including the aspects on DPDP and a whole lot of other things that are going around IT for change and AI adaptation, and when we don't want anyone left behind, and since we are a grassroots driven organization, I've seen the most difficult part is to build the capacities of the communities and enable them for digital adaptation. And this we see on a case to case basis. We have 100,000 members and over 1,000 insurance promoters who are our sales force, the frontline insurance promoters. Now, making them adapt to get fully digitized is a very, very difficult. It's a Herculean task. So, I would like to hear your views on, cooperatives as an ecosystem is all about grassroots. How do you see the technology transformation actually percolating down, cascading down, and creating that domino effect where everyone at the grassroots wants to say that, yes, I want to be digital? That is my question, because we are facing that as a challenge, be it the adoption of DPDP Act, where we want all our members in far-flung communities, whether in rural, peri-urban, to actually, say that, yes, I would not want to give my Aadhaar details for policy enrollment just like that. I would like to fetch it from DigiLocker and so on and so forth, or be it data entry in our mobile application. So there are very many aspects to it.
So ma'am, there are 2-3 layers to that answer. First of all, if I'm hungry, I want food. When I have food, I want to basically then choose fruits or vegetables or salad and all that. That choice comes later. As a country, our financial inclusion index, which is measured by Reserve Bank of India, is around 61%. So still 39%, almost 40% population is not financially included. And when we are saying financially included, it is like how we measure literacy. If you can write your name, if you can sign in your native language, you are considered as literate, which is not true literacy. So if you look at true financial inclusion, that number will be much lower than 60. So after the JAM Trinity government initiatives, the mobile penetration that has increased, internet penetration that has increased, now we have close to 100 crore mobile phone users. Now this will happen. Earlier the infrastructure was lacking. So as a country, it will percolate down as your mobile phone, internet penetration goes down, as banks digitize, as cooperative institutions digitize, not only cooperative banks, the cooperative societies or the PACs, they also digitize. And that is what Ministry of Cooperation is basically driving. How soon, how early this all can be digitized. It will take time, it will percolate down. And when it happens, there are aspects of whether my data is safe. Can I be defrauded? Because you must have seen so right now, all the cyber frauds that are happening in country, the biggest mode is that digital arrest kind of cheating mechanism. And the target audience or target person for that is the senior citizens. So as your senior citizens also get digitally savvy, as your grassroots also become digitally savvy, once they have the infrastructure and app, this will happen, percolate down, but it will take time. It will not happen in a jiffy, is the answer.
Hello.
Yep.
I think that was the
last question.
Yes. Okay.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Prasad Kendre from Vamnigom, first year PGDM cooperation student. So, sir, my question is regarding this. We are saying about the technologies, in building technology integration of this new industry 4.0. But what is the ground reality? When we speak here about the research, when we see the papers and when we check the reality on ground, there is a huge difference. So how you are tackling the gap between on that societies on that primary level, and what is the status of that Sahkar Sarthi? What are that the catching of that problems, and also the NUC, FDC, how they are performing at that case level, at proper ground level?
From the policy perspective, let me tell you.
Yes.
I am the preview of the evolution in this process, because I was OSD to Honorable HM and Cooperation Minister in the ministry to begin with. In 2021 I was there. So we were actually doing a lot of research, and then you are right that we have to actually disseminate all those technologies down, because we are talking about Industry 4.0, the world is talking about Industry 5.0. So, but right now we are, at 2.0 or 3.0. In that context, you are right. So, if I can give you the data, hardly 10 to 12% the total cooperatives, that cooperative environment is 8.54 or 8.0 lakh cooperatives, and we are targeting for another 2 lakh cooperatives to be created. Maybe multi-purpose pack, Bahudeshiya packs, or fishery or dairy taken into consideration. So in that context, when we thought that somewhere we have to begin. And cooperation, yes, it has to take a form cooperative, and cooperative has to actually, progress, because like I said, Samriddhi was the slogan. So in that context, we thought we can increase the occupational horizon of this cooperative, so that they would become profitable. So first thing is that it is profitable, as Mr. Chaturvedi says, that hunger, first thing is that need has to come. That the cooperative has to think that, yes, I am the cooperative, I am one of the business organization, I am for the people, for my members, and I want to contribute not to the local economy but also to the global economy. In that context, the government chipped in and also push those kind of interventions. It will take time, as Mr. Chaturvedi rightly pointed out. Regarding others, I think if you could highlight.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly, because I think we need to break for lunch. See, it's not theory alone. I think last week only there was a news that in Tamil Nadu, they have opened a dark factory. What is dark factory? There are no humans. There is no light, because light is not required. Light is required for humans to see. They have robots. They are managing the entire factory through robots. They are manufacturing semiconductor chips. And they don't require any human, maybe somebody to close and open the factory, or maybe to open the electricity, maybe 1-2 guys. But it's all managed by robots. This is happening today in India. And this factory can now run for 24 hours. There are no shift requirement. There are no cigarette breaks. There are no food breaks. The production happens 24/7. The precision is there. There is no need for skill upgradation. There is no need for employee engagement kind of expenses and all. So this is already happening. In the agriculture also, there are solutions available which can basically, there is a sensor in soil which can sense the moisture stress, how many moisture is there. This is a commercial product I'm talking. You can go and buy today and install in your field. It will sense the moisture in the soil. It will also relay that data to a central unit. Central unit has cloud information which has 50 years weather data stored there. So it has the trends that in this month of March, in this district, in this area, what is the weather trend? And it also has what is the weather forecast, what we see on TV, on our mobiles. What is the weather forecast for coming week or month? Keeping all this information in mind, what is my recommendation? Should I irrigate my crop or not? If the weather is saying that it rains, every year it rains on 7th of March. And the weather is also saying 7th of March, there is a rain likely. Even if there is a moisture stress, I will not trigger irrigation. I will wait for rain tomorrow. These kind of solution, or if the rains are delayed, if it is not happening on time, I will trigger micro irrigation and the field will be irrigated. These are using AI, IoT, everything. Commercial products are already available. So it's not that things are not happening on ground.
Thank you to all our speakers for this insightful session and for your time, wisdom, and enlightening us with your thoughts. We truly appreciate your presence. May I now request Mr. Pravesh Pradhan on the dais to kindly present the mementos to our speakers as token of our gratitude.
I just want to but okay.
Program, the technical session on digital market, cooperative retail, and consumer connect. In recent years, cooperatives have entered a period of rapid transformation. Digital platform, data-driven supply chains, and new retail technologies are reshaping. Today, session will explore several crucial dimensions of this transformation, including the role of e-commerce platform for cooperative, the evolution of omni-channel retail models, the importance of branding, packaging in building consumer trust, and the growing significance of D2C models and digital marketing strategies. It is my pleasure to introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Arun Raste, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange. Mr. Raste brings over 3 decades of leadership experience across banking, development, finance, and agriculture markets. Over to you, sir.
Best. Good afternoon. Good. I was contemplating whether we should make you stand and sit for some time because everybody would be happy after the food customer, right? And sleepy also. Right. So if you're not happy or if you're not sleepy, then we'll start. Are you okay? Yes. Thank you. So good afternoon. We have a very interesting topic, and I wouldn't take much time because we have 3 experts sitting here, and they are from different sectors and in terms of digitization. But now, when I'm looking at digitization, something probably which I feel is a big challenge, and I'm going to ask some questions to these gentlemen sitting there. My role as a moderator is not to speak much, but to let these people speak, and let they probably sum it up. But the first challenge which everybody faces is the digital divide. Now, I'm speaking in English, and luckily there are not many people here who do not speak English or who do not understand English. But morning I saw some people who were sitting in the back, and the session was going on in English, and they were speaking to each other in Marathi. So I can speak Marathi to them, but if I go tomorrow to Tamil Nadu, I will not be in a position to speak Tamil. Right? So the great digital divide in terms of languages, around 40% people are not getting into some of those digital things because they cannot speak the local languages and they don't understand, right? So how do we, take care of this digital divide? That's first question. And I think I'd like all of you to answer one of those. The second thing, I think, if you go and buy things on, say, Amazons of the world, you get discounts, you get some added things. When I'm looking at cooperatives, they are not in a position to beat that. What is that we can do to ensure that we compete with those added on benefits, and whether we can do something? That's the second part. There is a cooperative in Kerala, I'm not remembering the name, but they introduced chatbots, and their sales went up by 25%. Now, some of these experiments, not many people know. How do we do this information sharing so cooperatives across the country, they don't reinvent wheel and benefit? That's the third challenge. One thing which AI is doing is personalization. I'm very happy to see when, the chatbot addresses me with my name. Everybody says, "Arey, I have been recognized." In the old system, the brick and mortar system as we call it, recognizing a person with the name Ramramji, Rohitji, you'll be very happy that I've addressed you as a person. How do we do that digitally? How do we recognize in terms of his profile, his income or expenditure or his thought process or what he wants to buy, when he wants to buy? Once I got really pissed off because one of my medicine providers sent me a message that, "Arey, tumne aaj 17 तारीख है and you have not bought medicines." I said, "ठीक है यार, मैं बीमार नहीं हूँ, क्यों खरीदूंगा?" But at least they have gone to that kind of personalization that they are saying, "You bought medicines, this particular medicine for 4 weeks on 17th of last month, and still you have not ordered this month." They are reminding me. So that kind of personalization is something which is a digital demand. Whether cooperatives, how we will meet. So that is something possibly you people can add. And the last bit. I come from Mumbai. And if I have to connect with, and I was speaking to Rohit before the session, and I thanked him because he is from ONDC. I wanted saffron. And I ordered on the ONDC platform saffron. And I got it from Kashmir. Just 30 grams of saffron from Kashmir got delivered to me in Mumbai. Now that is something which is happening from an individual business person. How can we bring it to the collective, where somebody sitting in Mumbai can get things from a cooperative in a larger scale, or the vice versa? How can that happen? So these are some of the challenges and some of the questions. I'll come to your individual questions and challenges at a later date, maybe if we have time. But for the want of better things, what I would do is 3 people, each of you about 10 minutes, you can express. Then I'll ask follow-up questions. Thank you very much.
Collect all the questions you asked. There are quite a few of them. I think the first thing you asked about was language being a barrier. I think if we had maybe met 2 years back, I would have said language is definitely a significant barrier, and people are trying to do all kinds of things to translate, transcribe, bunch of stuff to be able to break that language barrier. I think now that barrier is very soon going away. With AI, language doesn't seem to be that big a barrier anymore. You have the indigenous sovereign Bhashani model that can talk in multiple different dialects, and it can recognize a Marathi of Nagpur from a Marathi of Pune to a Marathi of Mumbai, and catch that accent and recognize that you are talking 3 different people from 3 different places are talking. So I think that evolution has happened significantly. It's only a matter of time where the cost comes down to such a level that almost all apps will start having a voice-based communication. So the bridge of being able to access a digital system is fast getting built, right? The second question you asked around was how do you offer discounts and stuff that I'd probably take a slightly longer route to that question and maybe club it with the last question that you said. See, when we're thinking about it from a cooperative mindset, it's not very different in terms of how a D2C thinks, except sometimes the resources available at both ends are different. Almost every D2C brand starts off thinking that I've created an awesome product, and because I've created an awesome product, people will come and buy. And they realize ye ho nahi raha. And then they go back. Then they try to advertise on Google and Facebook, and then they will go to an Amazon and a Flipkart, and then they'll go to a Blinkit or a Zepto or a Instacart. It's the same thing for cooperatives, right? When you create a product, because you have seen that product getting created in your village, in your society, in your area, you are skilled at creating that product, so you believe creating that product is enough. If you're trying to sell, creating a product is never enough. Right? It's enough for a digital product that will go viral, but how many things go viral, right? 1 in a million things go viral. So just creating the product is not enough. What is important is also how that product is priced, how that product is packaged, and I'll tell you some stories of our experience in ONDC. How that product is, how you're taking care of operations. When I'm a collective, I'm making certain products, I'm selling it to a wholesaler, or I'm selling it to a couple of shops. I am used to taking those products, let's say in a basket, and giving it or handing it over, right? When an e-commerce order comes, you can't do that. You have to pack it in a box, you have to make a carton of it, you might have to wrap it in something, give it to the courier guy. You have to create a slip for the courier guy, which will say you've handed over this order, the courier guy will accept that slip. There's a whole process around it. While it sounds very easy that I'll make it and I will send it, it's not as easy when you're starting to do this. And I tell you this from my experience because I worked with artisans. I built an e-commerce platform. I worked with artisans across 25 different districts, getting them online and trying to sell their products both in India and outside. It's not as simple, right? So going back to the packaging and just to understand the power of packaging, I'll encourage all of you to go and check out a brand called House of Himalayas. Check the packaging. You cannot say that it is coming from a collective or a government-backed institution. It looks better than any D2C brand you will see. It's premium. It's a brand owned by Uttaranchal government. Right? Check out Himera. Interesting designs, interesting product packaging. I remember there was this farmer producer organization. They used to sell makhanas, and they would hardly sell anything. Probably a few units every month. They did not even think they will sell online. They were listed on ONDC, did not sell anything. Our team recognized that this is actually a good producer. Our team went to him. We redesigned their entire packaging. They sold more than 1,000 packets within a week of makhanas just after the packaging was redesigned. Because suddenly the quality of product is different in perception. The product was always good, but the perceived quality of the product went up, right? Similarly, when you do pricing, you list things properly. Like there's a collective. They were doing 100 orders per month digitally. Struggling with 100 orders per month. Nafed is the collective. I'm sure many of you know that collective. In the last 2 months, because the products were priced correct, we sat down with the CEO, we worked on the pricing strategy for the products for digital. They were doing 100 orders a month. In the last 2 months, they've done 15,000 orders on the platform. Right? So can we do this? Yes, we can do this. But it requires a little bit of that mindset of how do you make it work for the market that you are entering? Not just, I know how to make this, so I'll make this. This is my cost. I will do a plus and I will therefore put it on the market. And general understanding for a genuine, good-hearted person is everything that is not the core product is wastage.
Very interesting. But I'll stop you there because I have a couple of questions on what you have said so far. What is that as ONDC you are doing to help people to take care of some of these things? That's number one. And second, as an individual, there might be a hitch for an individual to come to a platform like ONDC or Enam for that matter, or any of the platforms. Do you think that cooperatives have any issues in coming to a platform like ONDC? And if so, how do you solve those?
Okay. So I'll answer the second first. I don't think they have an issue. I think it's a question of awareness. We need to do our bit. Cooperative societies need to do their bit. There are enough intermediaries that work with cooperative societies that need to do the bit. The government is helping us do some of that, right? So today morning, there was a post-budget clarification that ONDC team was attending on the SHE plan that has come out, right? So we'll get involved with the government. We'll try and create that awareness. So is there an issue in joining? I don't think so. Now I'll come to the first question. What are we doing to help? We're doing everything from packaging. And literally now we have a document that we can share with anybody who's interested on how to create packets for different kinds of things. There's a general playbook. You could use that. You could reuse the designs if you want. You could create your own designs. And just to let you know, this entire playbook that we have, it's a 15-20 pager playbook with graphics and everything, was created on an AI tool with simple prompts, right? And you could literally use that and create your own package tomorrow. So we do everything from packaging. What we realized was a very big problem. Pricing, obviously, we work with the teams to figure out the right pricing. We also work with them to solve the next leg of the problem. See, cooperatives are great at manufacturing what they manufacture, authentic products. But when it comes to a single order being shipped, there's a skill set mismatch. There's no SOP in place, which is very strong in most of them, not all of them. There are some that are brilliant, but in most of them, SOPs are not that stringent or laid out. And sometimes the logistic providers also don't want to go and collect that packet.
But do you think something like a buyer's cooperative will help you in that sense? So you have a seller's cooperative on one side, you have ONDC in between, and then you have buyer's cooperative, who in turn distributes. Will that be a solution?
It'll be an interesting idea. I'd love to explore. I haven't explored it so far, but it could be a very interesting idea. But on that logistics bit, what we did was we tied up with India Post.
Okay.
So we got these farmer producer organizations or collectives to place their products without doing any e-commerce packaging in India Post. When the order came from a customer, we would ping India Post. We did this in Gujarat. We started in November, December. We're doing 1,000+ orders, 2,000+ orders in Gujarat now.
What kind of products are these?
Khakras and peri-peri khakras. So very interesting
very
product.
interesting.
Right? But India Post basically takes care of warehousing, packaging, shipping, everything altogether. So we're trying to enable wherever we see that there are gaps in skill set, we're trying to pitch in and enable.
So there might be a question in mind of people sitting there. What happens if there is a quality issue in those khakras, suppose, or packaging? Who is responsible?
The seller is responsible.
Okay.
It's always the seller who's responsible for the production. Platforms are accountable to customers to take the right steps to ensure that this does not repeat. But for a product that I have produced, I can't hold you responsible. So sellers are ultimately responsible.
So Rahul, in effect, what you are saying is if cooperatives, they manage their production well, there are mechanisms available. They don't have to reinvent the wheels in terms of logistics or packaging or distributing. All of that can be managed. They can outsource all of that, either in cooperative or in government or semi-government, any of those.
Absolutely.
That's very interesting.
See, the only thing I would say is product selection becomes important. There are certain products that market has accepted.
Right.
Like if you look at makhanas now, it's a trend, right?
Health.
You package a great pack of makhana, you price it well, you will sell, right? But at the same point of time, there are certain products that don't have widespread understanding or acceptance. Just listing won't help you sell them. Those kind of products that need a very different leg of marketing that has to be done at a much larger scale than just ONDC helping you do that. So maybe an ODOP program or something like that can pick up a few products, market them really well, make them popular across the country or outside, and help them find a market there.
Great. I'll come back to you. But I go to the next person, and Rahul mentioned about price and quality. And I think India is very proud to, as an Indian, I'm very proud to say that the sector which he is representing, the dairy sector, has cracked both.
Thank you, sir.
Quality
Thank you.
as well as packaging and distribution, all of it. What you could possibly do is not many people know of NCDFI as an entity. You play a very important role, and not many people know about you. So I was involved in NCDFI in my earlier avatar, and even today I'm involved with them, so I know them. But not many people know the kind of great work which they do. That is number one. Second, very interesting thing, the technological intervention which NCDFI brings to cooperatives, and you have been doing it for last more than a decade now.
Yeah.
And not many people know about it.
Yes, sir.
So why don't you tell us something about it?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, sir. The thing is, I have got a presentation for. Can I go?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Please.
So first of all, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to present ourselves with you all. My name is Bikramjeet Baur Pujari, and I'm working in NCDFI since 2007, and I'm working there as head marketing as of now. So I'll just give you an example, a brief of what NCDFI is, since sir has just told you. We have been doing great things. Okay, that is a privilege to us to hear these words from Raste sir, who was the ex-ED of NDDB, National Dairy Development Board. And we have an opportunity to work with him. And now he is heading NCDX. How we are related to NCDX is that we have our technology partner is NCDX E-Markets Limited. So he is heading NCDX. So that way we are again related. So I'll give you an outlay of what digital marketing is. So digital marketing is basically, it's a strategic use of the digital technologies and the internet to promote the products and services. So as you all know, technology plays a vital role in uplifting a business from where it has started and from where it has reached now. So it leverages online platforms, tools such as websites, social media, and then search engines and mobile applications nowadays. Yes, everyone is used to mobile applications nowadays. And it allows business to interact with the target audience in a personalized manner based on the consumer behavior and preferences. So there is a video here. I will just skip it now since we have limited time. So why it is important? It improves the efficiency. It goes with the compliance. because it is audit and compliant friendly operations. Then it enhances the product quality, as far as I said, how do the intervention of technology enhance the production, enhances the quality of that material that is delivered. So this is also being done through the intervention of the technology. And the traceability, another thing is that. And then it helps in better decision making, since it helps in data analytics. So there is another, video that I will just skip it. So what are the type of e-markets that are available? It's to consumer. It's everybody knows. JioMart, Flipkart, Swiggy, Zomato, everybody knows who they are and how they have been established, and how they have been playing their pivotal role in our day-to-day life. So there is another segment called consumer to consumer, which includes Quikr, eBay, PayPal, Paytm, etc., OLX as well. And then comes the B2B, where we stand here. It's NCDFI e-market. NCDFI e-market is basically a B2B platform for the cooperatives for sale to facilitate sale and purchase of various requirements. So this involves NEML, NCDX e-markets limited, government e-markets e-market platform, NCDFI e-market, M-Junction, IndiaMart, AliExpresses. So when you talk about the e-market in bulk sale and purchase, yes, of course, there is NCDFI e-market along with GEM. And then there is NEML, MSTC, ENAM. So these are all the platforms that are helping in the bulk sale of dairy and agri commodities in the country. And then when we go abroad, it is pertaining to the dairy sector. So there is Global Dairy Trade, NUI Marketplace, CME Group, and eDairy Marketplace. These are all the marketplaces that are there in the international sector. Now coming to NCDFI and the digitalization of the dairy industry that is done by NCDFI. So to start with, you should know what dairy sector is contributing to the country's GDP. So that's the reason why I have come up with this slide. It is 18.2% of the total GDP of India is contributed by agri and the allied sector. This is the data from 2022, 23, 24. So 4% of the agricultural GDP is from the dairy sector itself. And then when you go to the INR value of it, so it is milk with the gross value added is 5,84,000 crores, which is more than the combined value of cereals and pulses altogether, which contributes to 4,99,000 crores in 22-23. So, India is the highest producer largest producer of milk and milk products in the country. So if you see the statistics, it is India produces two times of the milk than the second ranked country, that is USA, in the global milk production. The dairy market in India reached to a value of 18,975 billion in 2024. The unorganized sector comprises of the 60% of the total, and then the organized sector contributes to the 40% of the total. So it is cooperatives, private, government-run dairies. So these contributes to the organized sector. And if you see the highest milk-producing states in the country, it's Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and then all the others combined together. So, see, in a dairy, I'm talking in perspective of the dairy cooperatives and the dairy industry in India. So if you see the supply chain of the Indian dairy industry, it starts with input services like when you talk about the cooperatives, they help the farmers in providing fodder, cattle feed in subsidiaries, in subsidized prices, and then they provide a veterinary support, which is the backbone of any dairy. And then comes the milk collection, which is collected at the chilling centers and bulk milk coolers in the district level. Then the transportation of raw material happens from these cooperative societies to the milk processing units, which is basically the district cooperative unions who produces the milk as well as converts it into various value-added products. And then again, these things are being transported. The transportation of milk and milk products happens, which is done through refrigerated vans at ambient temperature vans, marketing and distribution, trader, distributor, retail outlets, e-commerce. And then comes the consumer, who gets these products to B2B, direct to consumers, business to business, or business to consumers. Now, why I have showed you this slide is because the intervention of NCDFI in making things are very affordable to our cooperatives. It's like through NCDFI e-market, we are helping these cooperatives right from the procurement of the raw materials for producing cattle feed for their cattle feed plants, or procurement of fodders, till the sale of, dairy commodities to the consumers. Yes, we are only helping them in the sale of the bulk commodities. We are not into retail, but we are into bulk sale of the commodities through NCDFI market platform. So in between also, if you are talking about the chilling milk collection center, there we help them in procuring this bulk milk coolers through e-auctions. When it comes to transportation of raw materials, we go for ARCs of milk transportations. Then in terms of processing and packaging, yes, we help them in procuring all these items, raw materials for packaging. Labor contracts are also being done through NCDFI. So this is where we are helping these cooperatives in each and every stage of the supply chain through the intervention of the technology by the name of NCDFI e-market. So this is basically a cooperative structure which gives you an idea of how the milk has been collected and processed and then marketed in the state level. So here comes NCDFI. So NCDFI is National Cooperative Dairy Federation of India Limited. It's the apex body of the dairy cooperatives in India. So we are established in the year 1970. We have 20 regular members, 14 associated members, and NDDB is our institutional member. And we have a headquarter at Anand and an area office in Delhi. This is the pyramid will show you the entire structure of membership structure of NCDFI. There are 170 lakh dairy farmers who are affiliated to the Village Milk Society. 30 lakh village milk societies. Then these village milk societies are affiliated to 241 district milk unions, and these milk unions are affiliated to 29 state and union territories apex cooperatives in the country, and which is headed by NCDFI in the national level. So we are one of the 21 national cooperative societies as notified in the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act in 2002. So these are the activities of NCDFI. We are into institutional sale. We are coordinating the supply of milk and milk products to the Indian Army. And then NCDFI e-market. We are facilitating the trades through e-auctions at NCDFI e-market. And then we are into genetic improvement, partnered with NDB Dairy Services in distribution of SCG brand cement doses. So what sets NCDFI e-market apart? It is a one-stop solution for the dairy. So these are the various products and service categories that we are handling at NCDFI. More than 500 plus products and service categories that we are handling at NCDFI. I'll just skip it. This is our strength basically. When we started the NCDFI e-market in 2015, we started off by selling off dairy commodities like SMP and butter in bulk. So by that time, we could manage a membership of 171 registered members at NCDFI e-market. Gradually, all the cooperatives and the other stakeholders, approach NCDFI for various other requirements. So gradually, we started adding more and more products and services. And currently, we are having a member base of 9,827 members at NCDFI e-market, and we have our offices scattered over the country. Around 19 states we are covering in 38 cities. So this is the backbone of NCDFI. Anybody can create a platform for you. A software is not a problem. Anybody can create a software for you. But the main part comes, the backbone is the members associated with you, the vendors or the suppliers base that are being created in the due course of time by the organization. That only gives you an idea of how successful that particular platform could be. So NCDFI e-market, we are doing reverse auction, forward auction, auction sale, various others customized auctions are also being designed as per the requirement of our stakeholders. This is an auction snapshot. We take the initiator will share their indent to us. We help in forming the terms and conditions and then float the auctions. Whoever wants to bid or take part in the auction has to deposit an EMD, which is also being done online. There is no manual intervention in any course of the auction process. And then and then once the winning bidder has been declared, so we conclude the contracts. So what sets us apart is 500 plus products and services that are being handled at NCDFI. As I've told you, 9,800 members are associated with NCDFI. Transacted business of 4,480 crores last year. So it is an umbrella through which any cooperative, any dairy cooperative who has a requirement in any field can come up to NCDFI, and we are there to help them out. Associated brands at NCDFI, you can see these are all the cooperative brands that are associated with us. There are a few government organizations also associated with us, like TANFED, Tamil Nadu Marketing Federation, as well as Kerala Feeds, which produces cattle feed for the state of Kerala. We have now come up with an RFQ system. This is basically a very advanced version of e-tenders that has been developed by us and which has been frequently used for, the projects-based and service-based contracts. So this is an e-market platform that we have designed for Tamil Nadu Fisheries Department. Sir, your question is that how we are handling that linguistic part. So this platform that we have devised for them is in Tamil as well as in English. So basically we are catering to the fishermen of Tamil Nadu. So that is the reason why we have created that platform in Tamil as of now. So the moment we start approaching different states, we will try to develop in their own language, the local language. So it helps. So how we are servicing them, right? We are giving them end-to-end solution, right from quotation, price discovery, PO generation to inventory tracking. So inventory tracking is in a second phase, so which is being in the course of development. So this is basically the benefit that has been provided to our dairy cooperatives. When we started off, the sale of SMP or butter in bulk, so we have introduced forward auctions. In forward auctions means the rate will go up. Fine. So in this kind of a forward auction, our cooperatives offered their products at a base rate at which they wanted to sell. Keeping in view the demand, if the demand we have gotten during the auction, if it is increased, then our system is so designed that it comes up with a new price, with an increased price based on the products, based on the supply and demand, and then it gradually introduces a new price in the second round. So this way there are 10 rounds that are allowed during this kind of an auction. So whatever is the the benefit right from the base rate towards the difference between the rate at which it has been contracted, so that we have taken up as a additional benefit to our cooperatives, and till date we could give them a benefit of 26.51 crores through this forward auction system. And Nandini was the highest gainer of with 21 crores. This is since inception, I'm telling you. So since they are using this platform exclusively for sale of their dairy products. So there are various other case studies also. You can see in Karnataka in 2016-17 they have invited e-tenders for sale of for procurement of maize, and in 2017-18 e-auctions are being introduced at Karnataka Dairy Federation for purchase of maize. So you can see the difference in the rates, because through this technological interventions we have overcome the barrier where only local parties were earlier participating in their e-tenders. So now we used to conduct open auctions wherein people who are registered from other parts of the country can also participate in these auctions. So by that intervention we could give them a savings of around 50 crores. So this is another case study where Erode Milk Union was again procuring raw materials of cattle feed through their primitive system. With the intervention of NCDFI, we have greatly reduced their conversion time from 30 to 45 days to around 7 days, and the prices were competitive. So this is how they have started utilizing the full capacity of their cattle feed manufacturing unit. So I will not go much into detail. So this is then NCDFI e-market app, which is available free of cost in Apple as well as Android stores. So it gives you a personalized experience, user-friendly interface, and real-time updates are available. Anybody can download this app. We do all type of promotions. This is an award that has been given to us, Swaraj Award 2020 by the Outlook Group. And yes, we cannot, forget this man, because of him, there are millions of farmers are being provided with the livelihood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was very interesting. And one of the things which he didn't mention, if the prices of milk doesn't go up in this country for many days, that's because of them. Because what they do is they just say Kerala is short of milk and wants SMP or butter. They buy from Gujarat or Maharashtra or Rajasthan, and these are the people who facilitate that. And they are the ones who probably control milk inflation at certain time. So these two gentlemen are providers. We have one more gentleman here sitting, and he is smiling because he is a user. He comes from a cooperative background, and who could be a potential user of all the digital. And when I speak of digital revolution or Kranti or any of those, it frightens. People are not very comfortable in terms of technology, in terms of use of technology, in terms of adapting technology. So why don't you tell us, Anil, about the perspective of users of technology, what you expect from these two gentlemen sitting here going forward, and then we'll come back to them how to, they will solve your problems.
Yeah, one of the purpose, thank you very much, sir. One of the purpose for me, just like you people, I am on the user side, and the platform and the facilitators like ONDC and the NZDFI, many other policymakers statements which we, in the last session we heard about it. As a cooperative, what is the challenges that we have, and what is the way, like for the digital part? As ONDC, what amazing thing that you are doing. Exactly that the problem that we are facing as a cooperative is where to market our product. The cooperatives are basically farmers group, producers group. So still we are at a very nascent stage in terms of digitalization of this. In dairy, we have done a tremendous thing. Thanks to Varghese Kurian sir and the institutions we had, very strengthening institutions that we had in dairy sector. Why not having this same concept applied to all other agro products? That is what the question is. That's where we started with. The other things which comes up in our mind is when we talk about cooperative, the one name which comes in everybody's mind is Amul. Apart from that, we don't have any other example. That is very ironical thing, paradoxical thing, that in a country like ours, where such a fine example of Amul is there as a cooperative, 60 years back it started. Now we don't have a single example like Amul. So what we learned from our peers like Amul, what was the story behind it? What is the mantra behind the success of Amul was its member, its producer group. They empowered the producer group in a real sense. You know what is the strength? 36 lakh members. Technology is just an enabler, facilitator. Technology cannot give you the edge in today's world, because every 2 years you are seeing that technological changes are happening. So everybody is having access to technology, same kind of technology. Even in all milk dairy cooperatives are having same technology which Amul has. But what Amul has is 36 lakh members. I think the production is 3.5 crore liters per day, 80,000 crores turnover per year. It's mind-boggling that such a successful cooperative example is before us. Still we are not emulating it. Still we are not seeing it. From day one, they have gone towards the technology as an enabler, but at the same time not forgetting that their base grassroots strength is their members. And from there we started learning the success of Amul and going on the similar path. Ours is an organization which is a Venkateshwara Cooperative Power and Agro Processing Limited. Our strengths are two. One is its ex-servicemen, those who are promoters. More than half of our 2 lakh members are ex-servicemen and their families. Half of other part is farmers and their families. We are spread over 12 states as of now. What we are looking at, just like what Amul has done, the value additions to the milk product, which is a raw product, and they are doing the value addition through processing it. actual money lies in the value addition of the product. That's what we have learned. How we can do the similar thing with all other agro products. Now we are doing the same thing. Whether it's a raw cashew, we have got our own processing factory.
Anilji, why didn't you tell about those grapes and cashews and others? You start with that.
Okay, you have seen that
that
video.
Will be useful.
Okay, so we started with grapes. We knew that there is a challenge why the farmers are not, what the farmers are not getting the benefit was that the price which it was sold at. The exports are happening, but the real benefits are being taken away by the people who have got the money, those who are controlling the supply chain system. The farmers are at the receiving ends. They never able to bargain their whatever they produce that.
And just 1 second.
Yeah.
I think this question will come to you from him.
Yes. So I was very keen since you said about the saffron part.
Exactly.
It was a very interesting story that we also wanted to get onboarded on your ONDC.
Rahul, you will have to answer this.
Yeah.
And
because as we have experienced, sir, our product is on Amazon, Flipkart.
Correct.
But again, the visibility is a question mark. The commercials, the rates, the commissions, which are very higher on a higher side. But yes, we are looking forward to every segment of the market, whether it's direct to customers also, from member to member.
Why don't you tell these two people and everybody around that you have been very successful in terms of direct to consumer?
Yes.
Because you have a personal connect. So therefore, you don't want technology, or you are a little afraid of using technology, or you have still not tried anything like ONDC or NCDFI.
Correct. We haven't used them, but it was lack of awareness rather more than not trying to get. Because this is something, again, as one of the students of the Vemnicom pointed out, that almost 80% of the cooperatives are not using these digital platforms. Probably lack of awareness is there.
So we will like to know what is the reason that somebody like Venkateshwara is not using ONDC.
Yes, surprisingly, but that's I'm embarrassed actually. No, we both have to share that. Probably I have not explored it because as you said that
by the time we come here next year, I think you will be there.
Yes.
Next week. Chalo, good.
Next week.
That's the advantage of having conferences.
Maybe both of the organizations we will be getting on board because we are part of dairy also is one of the part of it. In fact, next week we are going to meet NDTV chairman. He has invited us. Their team has also come to. They are getting connected with us. So yes, we are going to use all the platform whatever is available out there, and we are not shying away from digital platforms, sir. For the first aspect of it, how to strengthen the membership. We have designed our own app. We have already adopted cloud-based technology. So the mobile app
being very
we are using AI.
No, you have been very, very, I think, reticent in praising yourself. So they're armed forces people, very disciplined. They do anything and everything very methodically. Why don't you tell a little more about yourself first?
Okay, about myself?
Yourself or
I think that won't be appropriate.
Or the armed forces backgrounds.
Actually, I'm not from
but Venkateshwara.
Personally, yes, but my father was in Air Force. That's how I got in touch with this organization. I am basically a finance plus IT guy. I had my own IT company also. So as a facilitator, I joined with this organization. There is a lot of discipline in the armed forces personals. Whatever they are looking for, there's a discipline force. That is what the reason why the Venkateshwara is as of now. The language barrier is not there because armed forces work together as a team in the Army and Air Force and Navy. So the language barrier is not there. For us to spread across 12 states was easy task because the Army personnel were there as a backbone for our organization. So that's where it's a starting point. What we focused on, similar structure what Amul has done. So we are not doing anything extraordinary. What we are trying to follow the simple success mantra which has already been tried and tested. At the same time, we are on the digital platform getting the membership. Mobile app compatible with the AI technology where everything you scan, entire thing data entry happens automatically. The membership gets done on your mobile phone itself. You can make the payment. You can become a shareholder. You have got a KYC compliances which happens out there. Database redundancy is not there. So the actual data is there. We are not collecting any fake data. The real-time data is there. It helps the management to built on this information which we collect through the digital platform and through AI interventions. So some of the things which is already there, tried and tested by various platform or facilitators, we are using that technology. But yes, at the same time, the challenge before us is, sir, that we cannot go all together completely into the digital platform, because then you lose the touch, which Vikramjit was pointing out, that we have to do a lot many things at the same time when we are integrating with the digital things. So we are doing slowly our bits in terms of collecting the land-based data, what kind of the cultivation which is happening, what kind of the fertilizers or pesticides, what the farmers requires, the input informations we are collecting through digital platform. Then supply chain management, again based on those informations, we are trying to get back to that again through certain kind of facilitators on a digital platform. We are on a retail outlet centers also, direct to members. As you said, that 2 lakh members, not only they are producers, but they are buyers also. So connecting first buyer segment is within us. As a cooperative, we have got 2 lakh members across 12 states. So reaching out these 2 lakh members gives us a branding part, reaching out to the remote locations of these 12 states. So cooperative has got is inherent strength of multifold peoples, those who are at the grassroots level. So reaching out there with our product, create the brand awareness. But again, as I said, the digital platform is the biggest enabler, where if you are seeking for a saffron sitting out in Mumbai, if somebody can supply from Kashmir the original stuff, that is what we are looking at. So ONDC is yes, maybe like by we finish off these things, I'll be definitely in touch and we'll get onboarded on both these things. Thank you very much, sir.
So we, we still have about a few more minutes. So maybe a little bit of rapid fire questions, if you're all okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Rahul, I will start with you. Anilji has already explained what is potentially the troubles are, what could be his potential issues, what could be possibly the roadblocks. No, ONDC, you have been very active, connecting businesses to consumers, but cooperative is a new segment for you. And as I mentioned, if he can do tomorrow, he already mentioned that 2 lakh people are our own customers. So I mentioned about buyer cooperatives. Can you look at both NCDFI and NLG and look at a buyer cooperative kind of a concept where you have an aggregate of buyers and then possibly ONDC can serve? That's one. And second, when we were speaking outside, you mentioned something about packaging and how you solved that problem. For agro-processing industry, standardization and packaging will be a major issue. How do you think ONDC can help them solving those?
So the first, I think with what he spoke about, cooperatives are definitely not scared of technology. Right? He's run a tech company himself. So I think it's awareness, and like I said, awareness on something that we are doing, it's our responsibility to create. We are trying to create that awareness. The government is trying to create that awareness. There's obviously more awareness to be created. So we'll work on that to reach more people like him. Cooperatives are not new to us. Like I said, NAFED is a cooperative, right? We work very closely with them to the extent that when we suddenly got them a surge of orders, they said now we'll have Saturday working for packing orders. Till then they would not, right? Then they put some people on Saturday, Sunday packaging. They put a separate packaging machine in the warehouse to get these orders through, right? So if the products are great, if they're priced well, everything else, we are very happy to work with you and solve for, whether it is with respect to packaging, whether it's with respect to warehousing, whether it's with respect to logistics. Obviously, perishables right now is not something that we are great at, but anything that is a non-perishable, a processed food is something that we can definitely work together on.
Thank you.
And on the buyer cooperative side, I'd love to understand what their requirements are, and if through your application you want to expose them to products available on ONDC. And see, one of the things that you, I think, somewhere mentioned about very high commissions. If you go to one of the larger e-commerce players, you probably end up with advertising, logistics, ye wo sab kuch mila jula ke, you will end up paying about 25-30% aram se.
30%.
On ONDC platform, you pay anywhere between 8 to 11%. So that leaves enough room.
And plus the return cost is also there.
So right now we don't do return products on ONDC yet. We will probably end up starting that because that's a consumer requirement that comes in. But what we've seen is without return products, we've actually got serious buyers coming in, right? So maybe it's not that quickly that we will do returns, but right now we'll probably start with, and that's why the product becomes important. So most of the products of FPOs that we've promoted on ONDC, we've actually ordered one in our office, seen what is the state of the product, seen whether the product is good or not, seen whether the packaging is fine or not, seen whether when we placed an order, did the person deliver or not, and then promoted it, so that we can ensure a little bit of that quality check happens. There are FPOs listed, but there are few that we promote. For the ones that we promote, we do all of these activities in the background. So we'd love to do that.
Right.
And if your buyers have a specific need or your members have a specific need, we'll be...
Primarily, we have got farmers. So farmers' inputs like fertilizers, pesticides, etc.
But I think the person sitting next to you...
That's one of the best things.
The person sitting next to you, NCDF has done a lot of it in terms of common sourcing. So
for the cattle feed and etc.
We are into cattle. As I have told you earlier also, so we were focusing on the dairy industry as of now, and then we have started now getting into other sectors like fisheries, and then we are also now trying to get this mother dairies procurement of oil, edible oil, also through channelizing through this digital transformation. So this is what we are now. So yes, of course, we are open to you, sir, whenever you require any help. Yeah, if you are thinking about bulk sale or bulk requirement, we are into a bulk B2B market. So that way we will be helping out in sourcing anything or disposing in bulk, if you are thinking about it.
Great. And since you are also working in Leh, possibly you can use the Armed Forces connection and get us some sea buckthorn juice.
Sure, sir.
Anybody in the audience have any questions for three gentlemen here? Otherwise, I have been told to wrap up. Oh, please, whosoever. I don't have any mic here. Anybody has any questions?
Hello. So good afternoon, sir. My name is Prakhar Borgaonkar. I'm a MSc Public Policy student at Gokhale. So my question to you will be that what mindset change or attitude change does cooperative societies have to take to join open network platforms like ONDC or the e-market platform mentioned?
It's, I'd say, less of mindset change. I would say every market or every channel that you approach has its own requirements, has its own demands, has its own advantages. The exposure to that hasn't happened to the extent that we would wish it to happen. And because of that, many of these things have not been bridged. So I don't think it's a mindset change. We've had cooperatives, and these are few success stories that I talk about. It's not that every single person who lists on ONDC suddenly become an overnight success. But I'm telling you about some success stories. And to your question of market change, there's again an organization based out of Jharkhand. They used to sell, their annual revenue was about 2 to 4 lakh rupees. On ONDC, they were able to take it to 20 lakh rupees. But their overall revenue went to 1 crore. Because what happened is, once they started selling, once they got that hand-holding support, they became even more prepared for other e-commerce players. Right? So they not only ended up selling on ONDC, they ended up selling outside ONDC, which is great. Right? Because at the end of the day, I would go back to the same point, it's awareness. It's not about awareness about ONDC, it's also awareness about how to do e-commerce operations. Right? When you are doing e-commerce operations, like I said, you have to pay attention to packaging. You have to have standard ID images. They will ask you for 3 images. You have to ensure that the backside of the packet is properly photographed. Cataloging is a problem we have solved. You could literally take photo of this from your phone and it will create a catalog now. That's possible, right? We demoed that at the AI Summit. It's very much possible to do that. Like I told you, the entire packaging guidelines that we've created have been created all on AI. So it's very easy to do that. It's about taking some stuff, and then there is enablement. There are certain things, let's say you're receiving 20 orders a month. For you to keep going to a panel and keep checking every single hour or minute or whatever frequency, whether you got an order or not, practically viable also, right? So how do you enable the person to follow the same e-commerce SLA of the moment I got an order, within a few hours I will make it ready for dispatch, a logistics order will be created, somebody will come and pick it up, right? If you have 10 orders, 20 orders a month and you are doing other business, this is not your primary business, you're doing other businesses, you won't come and keep refreshing that page to see where your orders are, right? How do you notify? How do you make that process easier? Like we talked about the India Post example. Your life has become easier, right? You're a producer organization. You produced a part of your inventory you've kept there as a warehouse. You can take out that inventory whenever you want if you need it. But you've kept a part of the inventory there. Now it's on autopilot. Now it's selling, right? So you have to solve some problems that are real, expecting changes to be done by people. Just because you have a process in place, first of all, everything needs to become meaningful for me to change my mindset. So the first activity is how do we make it meaningful for a cooperative with least effort from the cooperative, so that the cooperative sees success and then wants to invest time in building this channel further. Right? The channel obviously has a lot of advantages, but then it takes a bit of effort to get it to work.
See, apart from this mindset change, yes, of course, we need to approach them and expose them the benefits of coming to an online platform. But what challenges, what we used to face is that I'm talking about, suppose, Karnataka, okay, Karnataka Dairy Federation. Now, even though the Karnataka Milk Federation wants to utilize our platform for procurement of whatever requirement they have, but they need to have a 4G exemption from the government itself. Fine. So, until and unless they have an exemption, they won't be able to utilize our platform because it is their mandate in there. Because every cooperative is a state chapter. Fine. So similarly, when I go to Rajasthan again will have to take an RTPP Act exemption in their bylaws, in their policies to utilize our platform. So it is like, even though a cooperative wants to utilize it, but because of these all, compliances and all, they are they held back for that.
Just one-liner response to yours. To change the mindset, you have to actually show the benefit. If you are able to showcase that, what is the benefit of yours, everybody is ready for that. So even a layman farmer is ready to accept it. The only thing is that you have to be very honest in showing him what is the exact benefit, direct benefit that he is going to get. That's.
Thank you very much. That was a lovely,
one
very
question
lovely.
to Rohit, ONDC. Rohit, so how do you maintain the quality? That is first question. And how challenging it is to onboard the FPO cooperatives, other things as he was asking. So to educate. So this is
the organizer is asking question. I can't stop you.
That's fine. Just a quick
So we continuously check the parameters. See, the quality comes from like I told you, for this we generally, when we promote, before that we actually order and see. Right? A lot of these products are not very costly, but we would order a product, we would see. We generally put it in our office and we send a message to our entire office that this product has come from this, please have it and give us feedback, right? So that's our first check on quality. That's also when we check whether the person is actually sending the products or also not sending the products itself. Then we continuously monitor parameters in terms of what is the cancellation that happens from the seller, what is the TAT for delivery, how many times did he or she breach the TAT that they had committed, are there any issues or complaints that are coming with the order, what is the frequency of those complaints. So we monitor that. When we see it rise, and we go at a seller network participant level, then we go to a seller level and we try and figure out why that is happening. And then we try to resolve it. See, in certain cases when the problem doesn't seem to be resolvable, or we don't see the party being interested, that is when we say, okay, let's not promote it, let's de-promote it or let's delist it, because we can't have the customer experience also become bad. While we are doing it to expose the products, but if I'm doing it for 100 people and 3 people are creating bad reputation in the system, I also have a duty towards the 97 to protect their interests. So then we say, okay, fine, it's not working out, we'll work with the rest.
Thank you. Before this, they have given
meal. You have to compensate me. They have been giving me dirty looks. It's 7 minutes overtake. Thank you very much. You guys have been lovely. I think any of you have any questions post these sessions, feel free to catch hold of these gentlemen. And I'm very happy that at least some tie-ups have been made right here on the stage. Great. Thank you very much.
So, thank you to all the speakers for this insightful discussion. With such an experienced panel of speakers, I'm certain that the audience has gained from this so much. And may I now request Mr. Pravish Pradhan to kindly present the mementos to our speakers as our token of gratitude.
We will now move to the next panel discussion titled Building Cooperative for the New Technology Era, Emerging Business Model. Our panel today featured distinguished scholars and practitioners who bring deep expertise in cooperative system, digital transformation and institutional innovation. First, we have Dr. Hari Krishna Mishra, former professor of IT and Systems at Institute of Rural Management, Anand. Dr. Mishra has been closely associated with research and education in information system for rural development and cooperative management, and his work has significantly contributed to strengthening digital capacities within cooperative institutions. Next on our panel, we have Ganesh Gopal, co-founder of CDI Global and founding director of the Tinker Hub Foundation. He is also a fellow at the Institute for the Cooperative Digital Economy at the New School in the United States. Joining us here is Mr. Yogesh Pandey, analyst and CEO of MetaRef, known for his deep insights into market trends. Alongside him, we have Mr. Harish Iyer, Vice President at Biofuel Circle, at leading platform strengthening India's bioenergy ecosystem by connecting farmer, processors, and energy producer and advancing sustainable biofuel supply chain. We look forward to a stimulating discussion that will explore how cooperatives can harness technology, digital platform, and innovative governance model to remain relevant and competitive. I now invite our panel moderator to begin the discussion.
Good afternoon, all of you. I could see Dr. Raste has been very phenomenal in administrating the panel previously. I hope the same tempo will be maintained in this panel. The topic that has been given to us is a little bit challenging. That means how to bring business models in this new tech era. As a panelist, I must admit there is nothing called new tech. Your tech is always continuous. It innovates continuously. It tries to build on its own strength and then tries to realign. So for me, organizations are also continuous. So is a cooperative. Only issue is that how do we align ourselves with the market conditions to ensure that competitiveness is maintained. If you look at the new tech, today we talk about transformation, right? And transformation is huge. Globally, if you look at the investments, is around $3.9 trillion US on digital transformation. But what is the outcome so far? only 30% globally have been able to digitally transform. 30% of the entities that worldwide. So the scale and scope, though, are humongous, the effects are not trickling down. But transformation needs digital infrastructure, and new tech talks about digitalization and digitization. These are the two pillars of your digital transformation. So as a cooperative sector, my worry is twofold. Should I digitize? Then what should I digitize? Should I digitalize? Then what should I do? Are you really competent to decide on my own? Is there any expert who can speak to me about the ethos of cooperatives and try to bring such type of transformation without diluting my core areas of principles? So, new tech, if you say that the guiding principle is your transformation, I must say that the basic principle lies around the data sets. There is ample evidence that collecting data is one of the toughest characters of researchers. If that is so, then what happens to the data set that we are using for your AI? So if that is not around us, if you do not know what is the data that I must use, then how should I build the castle in air? My recent researches around packs are very, very discouraging. Policy level push is very much there, visible. Every packs now have computers, printers, internet connectivity. But I'm very happy that one of the panelists is working on this in this area to see how the finance software is going to support them. But most of the PCs or devices are not being used properly because they don't know how to use it. So what is the takeaway from this? If I'm going to digitally transform the primary producer groups or primary cooperative societies, they must be aligned properly. We should be giving them breathing space. So we have to be very careful about those platforms that we are creating, which are not only digitally sensitive, but should also be data sensitive. For that, we need to have database. Of late, India now has a national cooperative database, very nascent. It's only in the beginning phase, but I hope and I pray that it goes stronger by day. We are going to have APIs, we are going to have web presence, and again, my research says that most of the cooperative societies, around 80% of my sample survey, says that they don't have a website. So web connectivity is one of the major things that are also facing us. We are going to have microservices. We are going to have Industry 4.0. They are all there in the space of global digital transformation. But are we supposed to embrace all this? Is the cooperative sector designed or qualified to take all these overheads? Digital transformation is going to increase your overheads. However, cloud or the related services may come in. So, but globally it is said that digital transformation needs to have a readiness exercise to handle uncertainty, to handle new reality called competitiveness. It should have balanced view of tech adoption, right skill, and right human capabilities. These are the indicators that if we are going to look at the cooperative sector, is this happening around to say that digital transformation is going to take place in the shorter run or the near horizon? Digital transformation also goes for some type of testing, validation, and scale up. For that, we need to have a back-end skill set. So is that possible for our cooperative structure in India? We all say these numbers are humongous because we are 1.5 billion population country. Everything, whatever you say in India is always huge, whatever you say. So naturally, cooperatives also will be huge in number. I'm not worried about number. But my contention is that not a single cooperative should fail. Have you ever thought of, can I use AI to understand the failures? To ensure that they are really working? Can AI or digital transformation help, discover the market? Can somebody tell the primary producers that for next month you should produce this much of your production so that I can market? Can I locate now some conditions where my capacity utilization of my warehouses, where cooperatives are going to house their products, are vacant or still there? Their inventory holding capacity can be measured. We are talking about real-time database. I'm very sorry, there is nothing called real-time. There is nothing called real-time unless you have got sensors. For that digital transformation leg, take IoTs, big data, edge computing, and some type of simulation models. Modeling is failing everywhere. It is a probabilistic, not stochastic. So in such a scenario, we have to be very, very careful about what should we bring to the table of discussion here. That are we really ready for bringing digital transformation characteristics so that cooperatives can be encouraged. So these are my thought processes, and I hope these panelists will be able to help me out to find some solutions here. And of course, audience is there. August audience can always support us. With me, we have got three more friends with me. I would request them to introduce themselves briefly, then we can go for deliberations.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. And I think you've very adeptly outlined the issues, challenges, and potential in a very crisp nutshell for us. My name is Ganesh. Until recently, I used to work for the International Cooperative Alliance as the lead for entrepreneurship, agriculture, and environment at the Asia Pacific office in Delhi. Right now, I'm working with another international organization, again in the development sector, and I'm continuing to work on the area of platform cooperatives. And I'm currently a fellow with the New School University in New York as part of the Platform Cooperative Consortium. That's a research fellowship which looks at alternative models such as cooperatives within the platform, digital economy, and gig and technology sectors. So I'm looking forward to this very engaging conversation with the rest of the colleagues here.
Let me introduce myself as well. I worked as professor at Institute of Rural Management, Anand, for about 30 years. Before that, I was with Indian Railways. My research interests include information systems for development. We can talk about. I was also attached to Department of Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board. I served as chairman for 3 years, and also its member for 12 years.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harish Iyer. I represent Biofuel Circle Private Limited. We are a marketplace for biomass and biomass products. From being a marketplace, we have actually now diversified as part of the vision into actually collecting biomass. My personal background, I have been in brick and mortar industries mostly, more than 30 years of my life. It's the last 3 years that I have dedicated to biomass, understanding the rural sector attitude, thinking, which has been very important for us. Two things that I'd like to talk about, or rather bring out in the session, Professor Mishra, is one is the digitization that has happened in the space, its adaptation, the response from the rural participants, and second is the scope and opportunity that is available to the rural participants, either through FPOs or through cooperatives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can speak there also.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So first, I will talk about the point Mishra. I will just finish that point and then I will introduce so that I don't forget that point. So Mishra sir talked about two aspects, right? Digitization and digitalization, digital transformation. Also, the spectrum in cooperative is big, right? From fisheries to banking, right? I have personally worked in a banking thing, actually, specifically, so we'll limit to that my observation, actually, right? If you see, right, the technology is changing very fast. Even as a technologist, we are kind of overwhelmed with the new changes which are coming in daily. And we have been witnessing on that, actually. And for cooperatives, right, and for smaller banks, I think it's a lot of overwhelming things which are coming, and they have to deal with so many things, actually. So, for me, actually, the current way, the cooperatives, right, like the transactional systems are somewhat adopted in banking systems, right? Like, for example, we call it in normal language ERP, or in banking terms it's called as a CBS. More or less CBSs are there in most of the banking systems. They have been kind of adopting. There are some problems here and there, but they are used to that now, actually, from a decade. The next layer for that, for banks specifically, is how to kind of strengthen your lending infrastructure. That is going to be the core, actually, because for emerging business, the bank has to be ready with that. Lending infrastructure is the only thing which I can see from a technology perspective. And I am talking here is lending infrastructure. I am not using a word called as typically a banker uses, called as a LOS, etc. Right? And sir, you mentioned about the data, and have you seen a real example? But what we typically want to see is like that any lending system right now is a very traditional, the way they assess, right? And it has to go towards a transactional to leverage the digital economy. Right? So how I can basically, let's say, Venkateshwara, we just spoke about, right? They have a cooperative, they have 2 lakh members. Now there have been exchanges happening there, actually, and can I leverage that data and use it to lend their members? Same thing, the transactions are happening on ONDC, transactions happening on UPI infrastructure. So can I use that data for lending, right? And these are the real live use cases, right? Like, and these are happening. Similarly, your banking behavior, can it basically utilize for your lending, right? Like, because otherwise your traditional CIC is a CIBIL score or something like that. Apart from that, you need this behavior data also, which talks about your present data. And also, this should not be only one time during assessment. This has to be a continuous method, right? Like, it has to have a continuous behavior methodology. So that's one of the kind of wanted to kind of on your 2 things, right? Is it really happening? Yes, it's happening. Is it happening in cooperatives? Not to the extent that we want to be. Okay. So my name is Yogesh Deshpande. MetaRave is basically wanted to take DPIs to the basically what I'm saying is a technologically weak institute that our forte. It's a R&D based organization. The way we started our journey was studying account aggregator and how we can take account aggregator. When we started looking into the adoption into the cooperatives for the account aggregator, there was none of the cooperatives apart from, let's say, top 1 or 2 And then we were starting what is the problem and other thing. And then we reached to a conclusion that they need non-intrusive, simple tools to work with, right? And infrastructure, and then think about the next thing actually. Okay, that's...
Thank you. Now let me little bit inject some type of stress on your mind. If you look at the structure of the cooperatives, we begin with our grassroots members who are highly localized, based on local skill. Their latent behavior is never known. Maybe it is out of observation, or maybe inheritance from the parents or the peers. Now we are talking about digital transformation to find some business models for them. And if that is to be done, perhaps the best part of our ecosystem can be built in cooperative sector. So to prepare a business model, maybe you are talking about free and open source software. Maybe you can little bit say something about that. Can we bring some type of AI model to say that, to not only nurture their latent interest, but also showcase some business models where they can be localized? I'm not talking about local, vocal, all these are not to be said here now. I'm just talking about some business models who could emerge to not only satisfy the local conditions, but also meet the supply chain locally. Like, the other model in the previous panel, they are having a catchment of only, defense personnel. Can I have a local catchment around a village where I can be self-sufficient, or a cluster of villages? We are talking about multi-purpose packs, where Government of India has brought that policy in, that all the packs must be multi-purpose. Multi-purpose means various heterogeneity will be coming in. But can we actually increase their business acumen through some type of AI intervention or some type of modeling where we talk about these products can be sold here, these products can be produced here? Is there any possibility like to throw open some light here?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for bringing this up. I think so. One of the key questions that even recently when milk federations, thankfully colleagues had brought this up in the last panel, and even the question of autonomy and independence was also brought up, that milk federations are getting into other states and getting into the market or the catchment areas of other federations. But leaving all of that aside, if we are looking at whether these alternative models or cooperative alternative models are to compete with the larger players, let's say cooperatives, let's say corporates, let's say with the Nestle or the Fonterras of the world, regardless. I think one of the basic approaches that we have to probably look at in the new era is not blind techno-solutionism, because technology is not the answer to any of your problems, because probably technology is the easiest thing that you can get. Just injecting technology makes it, probably sound fancy, probably makes it higher potential for getting investments. And, with this whole AI revolution that we have going on, the way of doing things is completely different. But coming back to hyper-local entrepreneurship examples within these models, ideally the tech should be co-created by the community members itself. That means if we are looking at, I am coming from a state like Kerala. Kerala has a lot of inherent strengths. It has a lot of weaknesses also. We are not an industrially strong state with an industrial backbone or a manufacturing backbone. However, there are sectors that are very strong for Kerala. Let's say Ayurveda is very, very popular in Kerala. A platform of Ayurveda practitioners for Kerala might be a very viable model that brings about revenue to the state and also redistributes it with the members. Likewise, homestays in areas like tourism. We've had examples of platform cooperatives across the world where just like your Airbnb, there was something at some point that our Australian colleagues had tried out called Fair BNB. So Fair BNB was just one example. I'm quoting this because 50% of they created a platform just like Airbnb for bookings, and this was based on the concept of community-based tourism and community-based regenerative tourism. That means 50% of the profit or the proceeds from this platform go back to the community for restoration of that area. So whatever negative externalities, let's say tourism or a larger footfall in an area causes, the community and this model itself is able to ameliorate that or even reverse that to a good extent. So that means, you're addressing the negative externalities, you are looking at economic benefit, and you're looking at the model of cooperatives and technology coming together. This is just one example. Ride hailing can be another thing. The alternatives for urban company can be another thing. I'll speak about other models probably later in the session, but this is just one example that we can look at. But eventually, hyperlocal solutions is something that cooperatives should start aspiring to, rather than competing with the big tech monopolies or the big corporate monopolies of the world. So the question also comes back as to, are cooperatives competitive, or do cooperatives need to compete? So it need not be both. See, they just need to be competitive. You don't need to compete with an Uber. You don't need to compete with a Taj or a Marriott. You just need to ask your target audience, are we serving you well? Is this a model that works? And is this sustainable, probably?
Yeah, thank you. Let me addition to this what you have said. So I'm encouraged to ask a little bit a divergent view. We have got this called in the digital transformation. We talk about a cloud service. So if we are going to solve this layer, can there be a model, business model, where we can use this platform as a service, or data as a service, or information as a service, or even DevOps operations which can be taken care of, to see that the local needs are met without much investment, and there could be some type of optimized cost-based service. Any take on this?
Yes, definitely, Professor. I think that's also a very interesting question, because it's a high time that cooperative sector moves, I wouldn't say just moves away, but diversifies into other areas like the services sector, the tertiary sector. The gig and the platform economy is booming in India, and a lot of us must have already looked at the numbers of projected numbers that Niti Aayog had brought out in a report recently. India's booming gig and platform economy. So that is an area where, Professor, the scientific community, the technical community, and even the orange economy, the creative industry can all collectivize. I think there's a lot of potential to bring in collective expertise, at the same time cut down overheads by using common costs, common facilities. A second part to the answer that I wanted to also add is, there can also be digital native cooperative firms. That means cooperatives that are born digital native. That means in the digital sphere, if we are looking at the model of a cooperative as a data cooperative, again, I'll take the example of a small state like Kerala. We have around 3 crore people, but we have nearly 20 to 25 lakh migrant laborers. So just the data pool of these migrant laborers, and let's say having a cooperative hold their data in trust for them. Let's say the cooperative model looks at being the fiduciary, holding their data in trust, and then looking at monetizing the data, giving them access, agency, and power to use their data appropriately, and whatever proceeds comes back from monetization of data, it accrues back to the unassuming migrant laborer who does not probably know what data and the complications of all of that is. That is where the technical, the fiduciary role is played by the cooperative. That's one more thing. Thirdly, Professor, the ill effects of environmental costs, rather, of data centers has also been a concern. over time, especially in a state like Maharashtra. Also, Bombay has been waiving off registration fees for data centers. Hyderabad has a huge facility coming up, but again, there is an environmental cost attached to it, and there are no Piguvian taxes to ameliorate that. So in this context, when we look at platform cooperative models or alternative models, it is also essential that the data does not become stored in some other country, especially because this is community data. This is people's data, people's, what do you call it? Then data is the new oil, as they romanticize it nowadays. And in this context, I think data centers is also an area where cooperative model can be tried out, or a collective IT infrastructure or commons can be created for the cooperative sector is what we feel. It can be a state, similar to a state data center that we have in the public sector also, or it can even be a collective IT infrastructure. So these 3 points, I think, would be food for thought, hopefully.
Thank you. Very interesting. Yeah, can you please respond to this?
So, Professor Mishra, the point that you're trying to drive here is how do you enthuse, motivate, or create an excitement in the cooperative sector to bring about adaptation of, let's say, whether it is e-commerce or whatever, digitization, if I have to broadly classify it as digitization. And so I'm going to give an example from our business, and I'm going to use the word cooperatives and FPOs interchangeably. We interact more with FPOs, but I see this as an opportunity for cooperatives to come in. And I want to start with a point where I'm saying, and this is a theory, this is 8.0, that maybe cooperatives in the field that they operate in have reached a point of stagnation, right? And there's an upward curve, and now they're on a plateau. And probably showing an opportunity in a different area would bring about some excitement. And I want to give a real-life example of what we do. So what we do is we operate today across 11 states in India. We have 75 warehouses. These are what we call as biomass banks, because that's where we store our biomass. And the collection happens within a 15-kilometer radius of these biomass banks. At each of these biomass banks, and across the country, today we have 120,000 farmers onboarded with us. If farmers can adopt this technology, why can't cooperatives? How do we onboard these farmers? The simplest means of communication that's available to them, and it's popular with everybody, WhatsApp. So when I onboard a farmer, we use WhatsApp. They just send a hi to a number. From there, we onboard a farmer, we ask him a set of questions, farm size, harvest dates, all of this comes and then sits on our platform, right? When we actually start the post-harvest activity there, we've got a wonderful guest here, maybe a new panelist.
Another panelist has come.
So when we start the post-harvest activity, we have groups of people working with us.
Just to interrupt here.
Yeah.
You are saying that those farmers are onboarded through WhatsApp.
Correct.
Do you geotag and geofence their activities? Otherwise,
their farms.
The KYC
Yes.
would be a difficulty. So how do you manage this?
So we hire so-called promoters from the villages, from the local areas, who actually, because the farmer meetings happen maybe in the panchayat office, chai ka tapri, somewhere locally, right? Farmer meetings, not necessarily at the farm. So the farm locations, if they're not available at the time when we are registering the farmer on our platform, is then verified by somebody going to the farm location. Right.
Very nice, please.
Yeah. So I was talking about the activity where we are collecting the biomass. Now this requires a large group of people. This is opportunity for the rural community to come on board with us. Currently, when I'm saying FPOs, this could be an opportunity for cooperatives. What better example in Maharashtra? We have so many successful sugar mill cooperatives. If I just extend it backwards to the farms that feed them, there's an opportunity. Each activity requires 3 machines and a trolley, which means 4 tractors. We don't own tractors, we buy tractors or we rent tractors from the villages, right? This is an opportunity for a group of people to come together and work. Farm sizes, average farm size is 2 acres. Hits our productivity, because today I have, let's say, 4 farms together. The 5th farm is 3 kilometers away, hits my productivity. But in a cooperative movement, if I get a bunch of farms, which is, let's say, 20, 30 acres of land, my activity in that cluster becomes very, very productive, very effective, right? So these are areas where we are trying to work. Currently, how is this being done? This is being done by our team, interacting with what we call as aggregators. Who are these aggregators? Just influencers in the village who are either owners of 3 or more tractors or have the ability to put these tractors together, gather a cluster of 15, 20 gig workers to take care of any other manual activity. But this is an opportunity.
So what you are saying is that one type of clustering approach would always bring that business volume.
Yes.
Can you please tell us something about your experience on providing financial services? What is your catchment and how do you actually manage these local transactions?
Sure. So couple of pointers from the question actually. So can we have a new models or new AI technology who can change the business model actually, right? So for that, we have seen the actual example, right? Like typically the way of current lending happens versus how the futuristic lending is going to happen on a banking data actually, right? So just on a banking behavior, can you assess the end user and can you give a sachet loans to them actually? Can the cooperative banks typically can adopt this technology? And we have seen that cooperative banks are ready to adopt this technology and kind of ready for this change actually. It's taking time, but we are there. The second thing you talked about is about the as a platform, right? Because typically you need a shared infrastructure. Basically, you onboard rather than hosting everything on their own premise. Can you do it in a shared infrastructure and pay as you go model? So that also we have seen that has been adopted by cooperative bankers, right? And we have seen it from our own example, right? Like because what we thought is basically the product that we have built, like financial statement analysis, bank statement analysis, has been adopted from cloud, right? Like which has been basically a banking grade security, etc., has been provided to them. And the third thing is about the common shared infrastructure. I think the apex bodies actually, at least in the sector we are there, they have been trying to create these apex bodies like NUCFDC, or we talked about Sarthi, right? Like they have been trying to create these common infrastructure for disaster recovery or common infrastructure also for these particular sectors. So I think in nuts and in few places is happening, it has to go across all what I'm saying is like sector, right? Like not just tier 1, typically tier 3, tier 2 banks, but also banks below that.
Yeah, thank you. Let me dwell a little bit more on this access layer. We are talking about these primary producers, and we talked about catchment. And we know that cooperative is an aggregator by nature. If we look at the aggregation point of view, can we say that the aggregation brings a volume, in terms of your skill, in terms of your input services, in terms of your processes, in terms of your output? In the process, there is a logistic. In the access layer, can AI really help us identify a business model around warehousing and logistics? Any panel member can talk on this. Because if you do not manage the warehousing inventory holding capabilities, if you're not having store and forward technique for your supply chains, perhaps you are not able to shield the primary producers from the market shock. And this is where the Amul model is thriving. It shields the primary producers' market shock. It not only stores and forwards, but also adds value. We'll go to the next level a little bit later, because Prabhasji has told me that I have got some more leeway to continue further. Any take on this?
Can I respond to that?
Please.
Yeah. So so in fact, when we talk about, and again, I'm going to use the example as far as biomass is concerned. So one of the biggest challenges that we have is logistics, rural logistics, because we are collecting in the farms, moving it to a location that's near the farm, and from there, I could be supplying to a compressed biogas plant, which is about 30, 40 kilometers away. I could be supplying it to a briquette manufacturer, who again is in the same radius. Logistics has been a biggest challenge. How do we make this more efficient? How do we make this more simple? One part of it we've figured out, which is collection from the farms and bringing it to a central location, a biomass bank or a warehouse. The challenge that still we have not been able to overcome is, let's say, is the point from dispatch from the warehouse to the point of end use. These dispatches or these movements happen using trolleys. These could be agricultural trolleys, slightly bigger in most cases. Now, it's a big headache to get these trolleys, because each of these trolley requires a registration. Today we've built these trolleys, we are in the process of getting the registration. But what do we focus on? Do we focus on enthusing the farmers, motivating them not to burn and allow us to clean their farms, or do we focus on getting the registrations for the trolleys done? So logistics has been a biggest challenge. But as far as connecting the pieces are concerned, right from which farm do I collect, if I have to talk about digitization and the spread or the penetration of digitization, today when we harvest, when we're doing the post-harvest activity in any village, when we're doing the cleaning up of the farms in any village or cluster of villages, we have a plan for the next 7 days, saying that these are the fields or these are the farmers where we will go and clear up the fields. There are 3 activities. These 3 activities are marked by dates. And all of this happens on the platform. There are no manual registers anywhere in our business. We don't have a single notebook that carries data. At the warehouse, the moment the trolley comes in, it's weighed. The weighbridge is connected to our platform. It goes on directly to the platform. The data is collected, so the inventory is automatically updated. The moment that inventory comes in, the respective farmers get paid. The tractor operators who work with us, they have their schedule available by 9 p.m. every day. They get their schedule for the next 2 days. So they don't have to come back to me to ask, Kal kahan jana hai? They have their schedule worked out.
Sorry for interruption. These tractors are owned by
the villagers.
Villagers?
Yes.
Are they members of the cooperative?
So right now, these are individual tractor owners.
Yeah, this is
at best FPOs.
Yeah, this is where I'm trying to pitch in. Can there be an emerging model which can be technically very much enabled with IoT sensors for route planning? And these vehicles can also be on a cooperative mode. We can have lease in and then talk about logistics cooperative services. Because service sector is one of the major emerging sectors where cooperatives should pitch in immediately with technology. So this is where I thought of bringing this argument. Can we bring some type of route efficiency, route productivity with AI-enabled practices so that the logistics cooperatives can be with a business model and which can be sustainable. For that, I need to know the inventory movement. And is that possible to optimize through some AI tools? Any idea?
So technically, I think route optimization, etc., solve problem that way actually. What I want to kind of fundamentally, which Ganesh said actually, not everything where the corporate or where the corporate structure is, we need to kind of deal with. That has to be replicated in cooperatives. That's a fundamental thing, whether it's kind of going to survive in that mode or not, right? Like just like Bharat Taxi, whether we have a Bharat Swiggy, similar kind of a models also, right? Like that's what we are fundamentally talking about. Whether those are necessary or whether they can survive, I think we need to test it. But what I'm saying is like the logistic problem and the route optimization problems, those are kind of can be solved using technology nowadays very efficiently. That we have seen.
that's about technology orientation. But I'm talking of the business model on this, so that cooperatives can emulate such type of ecosystem, so that this can be scaled up further. Because
so again, let me respond to that. So cooperatives, by the massive participation that they have, will be able to smoothen out a lot of speed breakers that we have at local level. I think that's the biggest benefit they will bring to the table, because we are not asking for change of laws saying that trolleys ke liye registration ban kar do. Nahi, wo nahi karna hai. We are saying, yeah, of course we will go by the due course of law. Whatever has to be done has to be done. But there are a lot of local speed breakers, small things that hinder operations, bring about that inefficiency, bring about a dormancy. Cooperatives, with their massive participation of local people, I think they will be able to smoothen it out much better. And like Yogesh said, route optimization, I mean, we already have GPS on every tractor that works with us. So we know what's the fuel being consumed. We have fuel dispensing stations at our warehouses to ensure that they don't have to stand in a queue at a petrol station. We know how much fuel is being consumed. So all of that data is solvable technology. And like I think Ganesh said earlier, technology is very easy today. It's drop of a hat, you can get things done. But how do you use that and get a benefit out of it? I think with this technology and participation by the massive size of cooperatives, I think that will definitely solve a problem.
Just to add one point, I think in passing, Professor, you mentioned that there's a lot of potential for leasing and also financing models. So I think the very scale that Mr. Iyer also just mentioned, mass participation is one thing. Then the second thing is the inherent strength of cooperatives and the pool that they have. Whether you look at data, let's say a Seva kind of organization or a national level federation, the amount of data that they already have and how that can be utilized is just one example. Just like that, in the logistics sector itself, mostly the forward and backward linkages, some cooperative or the other might already be having. The question is, can you aggregate all of these people who want the same kind of logistics support and bring together a model by using AI? Amul has proven that their warehousing and logistics can be completely automated. We recently also went and visited the warehouse system in the plant, and mind blown by the fact that, hey, this is a cooperative that is doing it. So they've proven it. So the tech is not the problem. Rather, can we aggregate this as a service for other cooperatives in the primary sector? And that definitely would be a big service if you can ensure the last mile connectivity also. So these two things were...
Yeah, thank you. I think we started with this argument that technology will continue to innovate. It will continue to scale up. And that's why we are here today, to look at your industry 4.0 or 5.0, which is coming up, knocking at our doors. Should the cooperative also join the bandwagon, saying that, I must get into this type of digital transformation activity. Doesn't matter whether I make profits or I'm able to see my members are not having any livelihood stress. So rightly sizing the adoption needs some type of strategy. If you look at again I shall go back to impacts. I shall only harp upon the access layer, the primary producers. After that, it is again a ball game of volumes, and then talk about the scale. He talked about one issue is called, now cooperatives are facing plateau in certain cases. When you are in plateau zone of organizational life cycle, we must innovate. We must find alternate ways of finding organizational models, products, processes, services. Otherwise, we will go down and it will be on extinct mode. When you talk about packs, recently we concluded a project of assessing the packs in 12 states. I will not reveal the name of the sponsoring cooperative federation, but it was done by IRMA. Almost 80% to 85% of those packs do not have right HR do not have right assets, do not have right warehouses to manage their fertilizers. They do not, even members do not come there to raise their voices. Now, with this, we turn them into MPACs. That means multi-purpose packs will get into multifarious business models. How can actually digital transformation strategy help here to see that this transformation, organizational transformation from packs to MPACs could actually be supported with some type of infusing strategy, so that yes, we can model these packs to MPACs. What could be the leverage points? Any idea?
I can the two again like pointers for the question, right? Like typically, where should I invest, or ROI, right? Like the technology to invest versus the kind of return is going to give me. And the second thing is how the innovation can happen actually, right? And I'm just again talk basically with respect to, because I'm working in a banking industry, so I'm just like restrict to that my observations. So one thing what I have seen in the bank right now is basically bankers or typically the way industry has moved earlier also, right? Like when they want to take any decision, it has to be a perfect. When they want to take any software, it has to work 100% correct. But that's not going to work going forward. Things are going to get changed, right? So you need to able to kind of use it, assess it, rent it, get it. If it's validated, don't only kind of build on top of it, right? That's what going to the model going forward also. That's going to give them kind of think freely. Otherwise, typically, मैंने decision लिया है, I'm going to kind of suffer because of that decision for a long term. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. And the second thing is basically, as you said, right? Like the second thing, where is my customer base right now, and where should I invest, right? Like so that incremental thing which I should do, right? So that's what I said, right? Like for banking, for me, what my observation is that their lending infra, right? It has to be a loosely coupled, does not tie up with any vendor, and that has to be the kind of small incremental things from a banking perspective and technology perspective is my take.
Two more things I would like to flag here. That if digital transformation has to happen in cooperative sector, perhaps one dimension extremely is that to see the existing cooperatives can embrace. Is there a potential that can be measured, can be ranked, can be prioritized by sector? One part is, can we actually create tech-enabled cooperatives right from the inception? So finding a market for market consolidation, finding the market drivers, and another is that how to actually create new emerging cooperatives with technology at its core. So what are the takes, what are your takes on assessing those existing cooperatives where AI can come, and what could be the first and foremost indicator for that? Any idea? Any idea? Please go ahead.
So again, I'm going to quote an example which we've done recently. So earlier when we had to go to a cluster of villages where harvest has been completed, because our activity starts after harvest. This was feet on the ground, brick and mortar approach. Somebody goes to that village, talks to a set of farmers, and then we start our activity. And then it picks on. Highly inefficient, because if I speak to 10 farmers, those 10 farmers are spread across 25 square kilometers, doesn't make my operation efficient. What we've done this year is we've used Google satellite mapping, which tells us the status of a cluster based on whether sowing has happened, whether the crop is ready, and once the crop is harvested. And this is available to us in colors. So the moment it goes from blue, which is crop standing, to brown or red, which is crop harvested, we know this is a cluster of village that we need to attack. So this is an AI application. But from what can cooperatives do? In my opinion, there are opportunities in the rural sector to develop skill. Maybe there are 100 farmers who are willing to learn something, but they don't have the wherewithal or the means to, let's say, buy a tractor or buy certain machinery, right? Also, skill development is another area. So how does one operate a baler? Because driving a tractor is one thing, but when the tractor has a baler with it or a raker with it, what does the driver need to focus on? Now, a few years back, Government of India had introduced the skill development program, and it was being initiated through CII, ITIs, where there was focus given on JCB operators or excavator operators. Can we have something similar? Because there are opportunities in the rural space. Mechanization is happening at a large scale in the rural space, and there is scope for skill development. This is one area where cooperatives could come in, along with their capacity, their ability to build capacity through machines.
I'll just to add one point. So there is a lot of reluctance, of course, for cooperatives to embrace technology, and this thing is, can we have cooperatives at digital native firms? Just one use case, I want to go back to what you had mentioned earlier. They have a HR issue, and they have a member engagement issue also. This COVID-19 pandemic was one of the most beautiful opportunities for driving that digitization push. Just like we were looking at demonetization for UPI and other uptake of digital payments. So even during COVID, see, when we had that opportunity, again, it could be bogged down by the nuances of constitutional law and the cooperative acts in each state. However, had we had a natural push at that point to adopt taking this entire system online, member engagement, voting, your audits, member audits, opinion, referendums kind of things, all of this could have been easily done. One use case that I want to quote here is this application called Lumio. Lumio is based out of New Zealand. They are a worker cooperative that also has created this platform called Lumio, which has member meetings, voting, all of it's like a Zoom for the cooperative movement. It's like a Zoom application for the cooperative model also. So there are these windows that you get where we might be able to push for digitization. So Lumio would have been one good example where regulator also in states can be open to saying that, hey, we don't need to have annual general meeting because it is a COVID-19. And see, many states were very confused. What should we do? Should we have AGMs? Should we have online? Is it illegal or not? There was a lot of debate during that time. But I think vConsole was an application at that point developed by, again, a small startup, got a 1 crore grant from MeitY as an alternative for Zoom. So something like this is very easy for the cooperative model and the cooperative ecosystem because everybody needs it. It's a statutory requirement. So that's just one thing. Second, Professor also mentioned about the fifth industrial revolution or fourth, fifth or sixth, I don't know, the next industrial revolution that we call it because the matter is still debated. But I think there is one fundamental change that the entire cooperative ecosystem needs to look at, that we are no longer a conduit, or the cooperative model or the enterprise that we represent, we are no longer a conduit just for taking benefits for the downtrodden or the marginalized, but rather we have to see ourselves as pure business entities just like any other businesses. So the problem is, again, politicization comes in, grants come in, or subsidized schemes come in, and this becomes a conduit only for that. The problem is we are not able to view the lens differently. So only when we stand up as a entity and identify ourselves as equally competitive with respect to the other things. I'm not saying compete with them. Your purpose in life might be, or the purpose of existence of a cooperative might be to serve the members during the course of its lifetime. But the context with which cooperatives were initially established in the 1800s, when the Rochdale pioneers set up the cooperative, was a defense mechanism against the industrial revolution back then. And then the industrial revolution was exploiting workers and the hardship and labor, and it was physical labor. And there was also need for cheap provisions and ration and all of those things back in the day. Today we are in a very different context, very different scenario. We need to make these elephants dance. It is high time that these cooperatives also identify themselves as business entities who are very much capable of leveraging their strengths. That can be data, that can be their mass participation, that can be their trust and credibility to the last man in the queue, like Gandhi says. So I think fortune at the bottom of the pyramid is best experimented with technology and with the cooperative model. So I think that rethinking, if we can do, I think numerous models can emerge, is what I feel, infusing technology.
So specifically you asked about tech cooperatives, and we have seen examples in Europe around that actually, where few of the companies operate like a tech cooperatives. When we were thinking, let's say Metarev, it's a private company versus, let's say, why we can't be a tech kind of a cooperatives. The thinking was, when we are going to work with end customers, which is a banking, where there are a lot of these kind of restrictions and other thing comes up, right? So that's what the thing. I just wanted to understand the biofuel circle. What's your thinking was?
So,
please.
Sorry, just to understand your question correctly, what you're saying is the tech.
It's a private company or it's a cooperative company, right? You can form it as a cooperative company as well, right?
Yeah, yes, of course, yes. So, and that's why, in fact, at the beginning I said I will use the terms cooperative and FPO interchangeably, because currently the set of people that we are looking at in the rural sector to work with closely is not individual. Of course, we are working with individuals, we'll continue to work with individuals, but if we have to scale, if we have to bring that momentum, then we need groups of people coming together. Now, currently that group of people for us is an FPO, but if it's a cooperative, I mean, all the more better. Yes, of course, what you're saying is right.
Yeah, one final effort. If you look at the Ministry of Cooperation policy push and various basket of activities, including 25 activities for the impacts to choose from. So there is no dearth of policy push. Government intention is very clear. But what should come out from such type of policy push for me is that continuity of the cooperative model. My association with Amul model, because of my presence in Anand, because I was in IRMA for 30 years, I have seen there is a general decline of youth getting into the dairy business, because it is little bit drudgery oriented. Alternate employment is available everywhere. So father is in cooperative, parents are in cooperative, they have grown old, but their children are not willing to. So such type of continuity also needs to be maintained with some type of technology intervention. And we have seen in many cases, because of herd consolidation, asset consolidation, providing technology for upkeep of the cattle, some youth have come in Gujarat state. So this gives an indication for me to understand whether is it possible for the youth to join cooperative movement with tech at its core. For that, what should be done in the entire ecosystem that Ministry of Cooperation is trying to do?
again, entrepreneurship development, or rather the startup lens with which enterprise development has been seen lately in our country is very interesting. And just a few weeks back, I was in a panel for a Vision 2031 Summit in Kerala, along with the Milk Federation chair. So this question was raised by him. Again, looking at drudgery specifically in Milma context or Kerala's cattle context. First of all, it is difficult to hold youth within the states because there's a lot of out-migration. Same in the case of India. Again, looking at primary sector, any part of the primary sector, there is a sense of doubt with which the youth is now looking at it as an income-generating activity. Where, on the other hand, innumerable cases of, look at the farmer who's earning 5 lakhs per month to 11 lakhs per month. There are n number of pilot case studies that we see in popular social media also. But at the same time, it's not cool enough, it's not fancy enough when you compare the cooperative model and the cooperative, the current business models and the areas they operate in when compared to a startup. So whenever somebody wants to do something in deep tech, or you want to do something in blockchain, or you want to plug into your agri stack, or use a open data and have a predictive model, let's for whether you're looking at weather prediction or higher productivity on the field. All of these things, when technology comes in, it infuses a lot more enthusiasm and curiosity. So that's one way I think we can bring, that's very much right, that one way we can bring more youth into the fold. Because nowadays, again, as an economy, as the socio-economic condition of our country, we have moved from our Indian, upward mobility kind of, sociological this thing, that we want to move to a better quality of life or better standard of life. And now standard of life is gone and quality of life is what people want. That means, do you get kicks out of doing what, you want to try out in a startup if you do it in a cooperative? The point is, you can do whatever you do in a startup with a cooperative also. Just that you are apprehensive about it. There might be issues of over-regulation. There might be, lack of clarity when you look at the cooperative form itself, because it's again state acts rather than a centralized this thing like a Ministry of Corporate Affairs or a Companies Act. So a lot of these inhibiting factors are there. The policy push also needs to look at a holistic push that will give an enabling environment. And I think single window clearances will go a long way for that. Relatable examples. For example, I'll openly quote this. Nilenso is a company. It's a software company based out of Bangalore, often quoted in our studies and reports also. They are a worker cooperative-like company. They did not register because under the Cooperative Act, because of all these similar reasons that I mentioned. But they are a worker cooperative kind of thing. Earlier, sir had mentioned there's a potential in Europe for a lot of these IT cooperatives. Patio is a agglomeration. Patio.coop is an agglomeration of worker IT cooperatives across the world, mostly based out of Europe. And I think their main founders and other people are from Eastern Europe. There is so much potential of doing all of this in the cooperative sector. Earlier, gig economy. So many people IT workers lost their jobs during the gig economy. Let's say artists, IT employees, all of these people. If they easily come together to form a cooperative and start bidding for projects together, let's say 10, 15 of us together come together, the people are willing to give work to these experts because there's an entity involved and there's a credibility involved. It is very much easy to leverage it, but there are these inherent problems that we have. I think that's where we need a holistic approach, where the policy push will change the ecosystem into an enabling environment.
Thank you. Can we take some few questions? I think we are through from the audience. Any questions?
Yeah. So we're talking about tech and so multi-purpose cooperatives. Having worked in IT sector for almost 16 years, and been there doing what it takes. I feel it's more of a mindset of enterprise and the leadership at the helm of the business. Tech is just an enabler.
Yes.
And I have seen quite a lot packs, cooperatives from 70s, 60s, just selling fertilizers, doing nothing beyond that, or just credit disbursement. But then there are quite a few who have literally gone beyond.
Yes.
Like paddy processing है, साथ में pulses processing कर रहा है, और चार चीजें कर रहा है. So it's not about tech, it's about the mindset and the leadership at the helm of the business. When I came today morning, and since almost a decade, I've been just thinking about this cooperative model, because in last 10 years, I have worked with thousands of farmer producer companies, with TCS, Bayer Crop Sciences, and many other Syngentas of the world. Of course, SFSC, NABARD. I had an opportunity to be on few of the committees. Now, the challenge with FPOs is government came up with a beautiful thought process, alag committee and all that, and it really took off since 2010. In last couple of decades or 1.5 decades, we have seen almost 70,000-80,000 FPOs being formed, but most of them are struggling. And hence at policy decision making, now when this Ministry of Cooperation was formed recently, and till then FPOs have done quite a lot. They have traveled quite a lot. They got initial boost under the 10,000 FPOs and other thing, but now they are struggling because they compete with cooperatives, but at the same time, in many cases, they don't get the benefit of cooperatives. And I tell you, the subsidy schemes and many other schemes are quite biased towards the cooperatives. So if you see the NCDC and other aspects, I tell you, if somebody has a cooperative at the center, he can really go places. That's one thing. So literally, I wanted to say that leadership at cooperative or even at FPO is critical. And luckily, one of the panelists, he mentioned about biomass.
Yes.
While with British Petroleum, from 2006 to 10, we exhaustively worked in biomass. And I tell you, this is, of course, later on this, they made compulsory briquetting and other things. And right now, biochar is the zing thing. So things are changing from organic farming. Now the world is moving to natural farming. So all these cooperatives or FPOs, they have to grab the opportunity.
Yes.
And I tell you, there is a huge scope in biomass. And of course, they have taken the initiative. Tech really makes the things very possible, because in one of the experiments with BIF, that is Bharatiya Agro Industries Corporation, we worked with the artificial insemination tech staff. So each of them has been given 20 villages and other things. And I tell you, through TCS, we developed a beautiful app for them, which was low cost, no hi-fi. And please understand, I have been trying to sell technology to these FPOs, farmers. It's the toughest job. Because all said and done, he is accustomed to freebies. Unless and until you couple those things with the product, only services are difficult to sell. Mahindras did try with all these aggregation models, but there they struggled. But this biomass aggregation and especially briquetting or pelletization is the way to go. Because in 2008-10, along with the Rajaram Solvex and Rajaram Bapu, we did use almost 30 balers, CNH balers we bought. Sir, instead of biomass, we found that the trash has a better calorific value, and we produce beautiful pellets out of that. Only thing is that it had a soil content, so we used sieves and we made possible. Now, it is easy to work at a corporate level. BP, with $320 billion of turnover at that point of time, spending 40-50 million is not a big deal. Although when I joined BP, why I'm telling this, these are the facts, and BP was procuring pellets at 8 rupees 50 paisa per kg. Within 2 months of taking over, I got somebody, an innovative pelletizer in Nagpur, who delivered first 100 tons to me at 4 rupees 5 paisa. That is where the innovation comes. So I wanted calorific value. My objective was calorific value, and this person going deep into Chhattisgarh and other places, bringing salt DOC and other components, he gave me better value than what I could get from Sengdana ka chilka, which I used to bring from northeast Karnataka, all those locations. So what I mean to say is, especially these cooperatives has to look for the opportunities and in beyond. Although in recent past, government has demarcated some 24, 25 businesses, but they're all traditional businesses. Aapka gas agency, ye ho, it's all saturated. So it's not an easy cakewalk for any of this cooperative which is working in that space. They have to create their own space. And of course, I would say that they have to go beyond, and what they should focus on what they are best at. So if they are producing something, if they are into, go down. Luckily in this, in last couple of, or 2-3 years, almost 1 lakh crore has been assigned for AIT, agriculture infrastructure development.
Yes.
And these cooperatives really needs to take the benefit out of it, and there is a lot to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We can keep on discussing.
Any other comment, or we shall close? Yeah, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. This was a very interesting panel, and to Professor Hari, I would like to say that I am an IRMA graduate from the 13th batch.
Okay.
And I think there was another professor who taught us IT systems, and that time we had a DOS-based system, and I'm just going back down memory lane on how far technology has changed, just on the lighter side. I'm the CEO of National Insurance Vimo Seva Cooperative, which is the only multi-state insurance cooperative promoted, instituted by Seva. Ours is a unique model. One, it is totally women-led, and the business model itself is basically as a mutual and an intermediary. So as a mutual, we curate our own products and retain the risk, and as an intermediary, we partner with other insurance companies. But we are a micro enterprise. I'm mentioning and highlighting this point simply because there is a lot of data sitting with us. There is historical data, and I'm constantly working with my team to ensure that traditional systems are changed to modern, and we are always transitioning from one to another. And we have an interesting academic paper which perhaps may be of interest, leveraging technology, digitization of Vimo Seva, which was published. It's a peer-reviewed journal, Taylor and Francis by Oxfam. And this was published, and it is there on our website if anybody wants to see. Primarily talking of how the organization, which was very traditional, operating primarily on manual basis, transitioned, and today I can say that at least 80 to 90% of the operations are digitized in the last 5 years. And COVID was actually what gave the momentum and acceleration. So that's one point I want to make. The other, I'm not going into the details of the various technologies adopted, but one thing which I want to highlight is small cooperatives may have a long to-do list and may want to do a lot on the tech side, but for want of funds and capital, there are limitations. So, for example, in the traditional system, there were old softwares where we had our mutual product data sitting, and today we have a mobile application which was developed 4 or 5 years back, and it keeps growing organically because we try to make it multilingual, add features and functionalities. Yet, we are still at a juncture where our old data has not been integrated to the application. This is an example. There are several others. So my point and question here would be, what should, Amul, with due respects to Amul, IFCO, all the big cooperatives that we know are the enablers and the ones that are talked of, what do small cooperatives like ours do when they want to scale and go to Industry 5.0 and technology now? And I would want an IoT-based risk assessment system. I would want an ML system in my organization. But realistically speaking, all of that has a lot of costs. So if I do a cost-benefit analysis, I would see that perhaps I can't afford that. So those are some of the other questions which I think for small cooperatives are very hard to deal with or navigate.
Will respond to a very nice question.
Yeah.
Thank you for this insight. Yeah.
So I think I heard in the last 15 minutes 2 or 3 people talking about this in different ways. How do you make cooperatives cool? Right? My friend here started by saying he went into the genesis of cooperation. What were the factors that led to formation? And today those factors are no longer relevant, right? So I think we need to dress it up. And if you dress it up correctly, trust me, I think talent will not be the problem. So it's your perception today that cost is a factor that you may not be able to afford. I can tell you from experience, we've got some very, very bright minds from agricultural universities across the country who we thought we couldn't afford. We're a startup. Biofuel Circle was started 2020, but the subsidiaries actually came into being in the last 2-3 years. So we're still young, but we've been able to attract really good minds from across the country, agriculture MBAs, agriculture graduates, and some very bright minds. So I think the perception that we have that ye mehenga aega will go away if you start looking cool.
So I think this is we are coming to an end. See, it's okay. So, the technology has to be general purpose. Till it is not, it will remain costly. So we have to wait for that patiently to see that the technology accepted is of general purpose. Just like your watch or telephone or mobile now is general purpose. Earlier it was very much prohibitive. So I think we can end here. Thank you very much, panelists, for such a wonderful
Just
interaction.
want to add, sir, one thing. So one thing which you can try is basically co-innovation model actually.
You see? Yeah. You are saying something?
Yeah, I just
You're responding to her?
Yeah.
Please continue.
So maybe a co-innovation model, because a lot of startups are looking for a problem statement to solve, right? And you have a problem in front of you. So maybe that model, because they can productize it further. Just a quick thing.
Yeah, I think we must thank the panelists. Give a big hand.
Thank you to all our speakers. It was a stimulating discussion and we truly appreciate your presence at this event. So to express our gratitude, I would like to call Mr. Pradhan to present the mementos to our speakers.
For now, we will be wrapping up the day with remarks from Dr. Sagar Vadkar, and Professor Saurav Mahanti. So they have been noting down all the points throughout the day, and I will request Dr. Sagar Wadkar and then Professor Mahanti to wrap up the day with their remarks and points.
Very big tasks they have given to me, but I'll try my best. Yeah, it was really very, thoughtful discussion, a lot of food for thought for further, research in this domain of digital cooperatives, how we can transform basically cooperatives. And then, yes, a lot of engaging discussion also, a lot of problem statements also raised by, cooperatives, professionals and then leaders also. So I'll just quickly, it is very difficult to, crystallize all the sessions which we had. But yes, largely the top of the issues I would like to, highlight here as a key action points coming out of from the first day's deliberation. First thing first, I think, yes, it is very well understood fact that cooperatives, have significant potential in the transforming human lives, right? Started way back in the 1904, since when we had a first Cooperative Societies Act in the country. But then yes, cooperatives, then other is private model, and then there was a discussion around also how basically cooperatives pursues private people, and then nowadays it's a buzzword called startups. So how again cooperatives and startups can work together. So, it's clearly one thing how come out very well, that is the advocate for state level cooperative law reforms modeled on the maybe liberal cooperative acts engage, and then that needs a lot of state level policy level discussion on how we can basically how the cooperative law reforms. In fact, in the national cooperation policy also, it has been mentioned in the first, this is the first recommendation rather, wherein it was mentioned that we need to, harmonize the Indian cooperative laws. So recently, in the, Chairman Niti Aayog and then followed by Joint Secretary Dr. K.K. Tripathi, both of them have mentioned about the some key features of the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act. And I think, based on my personal experience working at the back-end research team for the Ministry of Cooperation while, amending this Multi-State Cooperative Society Act. So at that time, we compared all the State Cooperative Societies Act and then came out with the broader, recommendation, and that's all are there in the now Multi-State Act. So now the government is planning to have harmonization of these, in Indians, different states cooperative societies acts on the line of the multi-states acts, because multi-states acts have now put in all those, transparency, accountability metrics, both on the leadership side, that is for the board of directors, for the governance side, plus for the management side also. So I think in due course of time, maybe we can see that kind of a harmonization with the Multi-State Cooperative Society Act across the country, and it is also harmonized with the basic values of cooperatives. We have 10 cooperative values and 7 principles which follows globally, and then ICA is the proponent of that cooperative identity statement. So they are the harmonized with how far they are harmonized with that cooperative values and principles. That's also we need to look into. And there was, again, in the last panel, there was a discussion around the youth involvement also. So I remember there was a discussion around, when we were presenting our, these recommendations. So at that time, one of our recommendation was to reduce the size of number of people who can come together and form a cooperative. So that's the first thing from where cooperative starts actually, right? How cooperative society forms. So as per the sectors, we have a different requirement. So typically it is 11 members are required, across the country, 11 members are required to form a cooperative. And then that varies, sector to sector also. For dairy, it is 30 people. For credit society, cooperative banks, it is more than 3,000 people we need to have to begin with for the registration. So now when it comes to the youth and then, startups, so how basically, we can bridge this number requirement. So there was a recommendation, but then, the ministry's point of view on that, first we need to address the issues and challenges of the existing cooperative first. Then only probably in the second or third, phase, maybe we can open up for the young professionals. Maybe we can reduce this number so that the young people, mainly the professionals basically, right? Because nowadays the scenario is different, as the Mr. Ganesh has also mentioned. The challenges are different. So accordingly, now we are the youngest country, so we have a young population. The education, literacy has been increased. So we have now professionals. So now how professionals can come together and then form the worker cooperative. You have rightly mentioned that in Kerala, the IT people came together and they have formed a company, but they are operating on the cooperative line. So how actually legally they can register into a cooperative? That's the question. So it is, I think, one student from the Gokhale also, he asked how we can change the mindset, what kind of challenges we may face. So rather here a lot of mindset changes required from the regulator point of view also. They should also, understand these, now the challenges are different, opportunities are different now. So how we are basically monetizing that by making some amendment in the act. So that's how I think, how far, we are having that enabling act so that cooperatives can get registered into it. Secondly, during COVID time also, there was an issue, but then in some states, in Maharashtra, I belong to Maharashtra state, Pune, but then Maharashtra states allowed that let's have a, board meeting and AGM virtually. But why can't be this a regular feature actually, right? We are talking about the e-voting system and then the referral, So why can't we have this in the online mode? But Act is not allowing us. So I think with this digital transformation which we are now talking about, Industry 4.0 and 5.0, so accordingly the Act also needs to be changed. So that's what I think the key learning from this deliberation that has come out, that we need to change the, we need to have some kind of amendment so that we can have an inbuilt, provision in the Act itself, so that we can have all these IT-enabled system through the cooperative societies. Then only perhaps the many young people can also join. Then, Marathi sir specifically mentioned about the push for enabling legislation, again related to legislation, but yes, he has a point, allowing cooperatives to float 100% owned limited companies, special purpose vehicle for the capital market access. But yes, there is already a provision in the Multi-State Act. They can form a subsidiary institution, and around in 6 states we have this subsidiary provision. But yes, its points is very well taken, which basically across the country, the all-state cooperative society can adopt this. Over and above this, just for the information for the House, in the multi-state, there is one provision called non-voting shares. So I think this is very good, really very good provision, wherein through the private, there are so many social impact investors, there are so many angel investors. So they can basically invest in the cooperatives, and then in turn cooperative can issue non-voting shares to them. So by which then cooperative can have their own democratic control, and then they can have this capital for different purposes. So capital infusion as of now is the biggest challenge in the cooperative. So through this, his point was for this such kind of high-end digital technologies, definitely it needs huge investment, and then that's how Sahakar Taxi came with the support of the 8 national level and then state level cooperative societies. They have pooled the fund, and then they are now developing this application for the driver. So that's how government is finding out its own ways. But yes, this is one of the provisions, that is non-voting shares for the private investors. Third thing is the support and monitor rollout for the packs to act as a multipurpose. I think a lot of discussion happened on these packs and FPOs. FPOs is nothing but the new generation cooperative only. That's how we see, because cooperative is the century-old model. FPO, nothing but the farmer producer company, just 2-decade-old model. But they are again based on the values and principles of the cooperatives only. So we don't see, we don't classify as such the cooperatives and FPO. But unfortunately, the Rajesh sir has very well highlighted. Unfortunately, these cooperatives and FPOs, farmer producer company, they are competing with each other for no reason, unfortunately. And if you see their membership database, right? So it's overlapping. So if let's say for example, my father is in the member of the PAC, that is the Primary Agricultural Credit Society, I may be a member of the farmer producer company, which is in the same village, right? So you can see, and then in most of the case, the same member is also member of both the organization. So here in PACs, in FPC, FPO model, there are a lot of efforts are giving on the aggregation and then collective marketing, but it's already there in the PACs by its own nature and then design. But yes, how we can have the a healthy and cordial relationship between these different forms of collectives, that's I think need to further work on. Plus again, there was a discussion in this panel that we need to have a hyper-local model. And then how basically AI and technology based can develop some kind of different business model. And then there are a lot of discussion on the route optimization, logistic and issue. But yes, here I think Kerala again, Ganesh has also highlighted many case studies. But when we talk about PACs, the multi-purpose PACs, again, we have a huge successful multi-purpose PACs in the Kerala again. But the problem, what they are basically facing, they have gone into the value addition processing. But because of the PACs area of operation is one village only. So despite the fact they are going into a value addition processing and then branding, but because of the scale is less, they are not able. The cost of production is so high, and then their products are not competitive in the market. So that's the challenge which they are facing. And again, there was a discussion in the before this panel, the ONDC and all the team, that yes, there are digital marketplaces are available, but how far, that the point which he has mentioned, what we need is we need a good product, we need a right price, right, and then there should be a demand for that product. As of now, they are dealing into the non-perishable commodity. They have mentioned that there is a challenge as of now for digital platforms to going for the perishable items. Fair enough, but despite the fact these products is good, price is good, there are other parameters. That's what they have highlighted, that the packaging and all. So I think as per and then there are many such good products, but they don't have that much demand. So I think that point has also very well come out, that how far we can create that kind of a different marketing strategies for the products which has very good demand from the eyes of the customers, right, the consumers, right, in terms of their taste and preferences. But definitely there could be a latent demand. So how can basically we can address that, and how we can basically train our cooperatives to go for the different level of marketing strategies, which Venkateshwara, they have highlighted that they are into a D2C only, not into a B2C only, not into a B2B and then such kind of a platform. But yes, so I think we need to have a continuous support for these primary agricultural cooperative societies, because on one hand side, existing already there are 1 lakh cooperatives, and then government agenda to have more than, in every gram panchayat we should have such kind of a multi-purpose credit cooperative societies or multi-purpose PACs. But the question is, at the present, for the 1 lakh cooperatives, we are not able to address their challenges, and again we are adding the new cooperatives into it. So how we can basically have that kind of a hyper local business model in view of their own biodiversity. And it's not only about agro base. In the PACs multi-purpose, there are more than 25 plus business activities they have mentioned. They can go into health services, they can go into energy sector also for that matter. So how basically what kind of a support mechanism we can develop to support these PACs to develop a hyper local and then biodiversity based business model, so that they can, I think, start with that kind of a business activity to begin with, and then later on they can expand. As of now, all these cooperatives are into a credit delivery. Then there was again discussion for the database actually. we have a national cooperative database. NCI earlier, when I was associated with NCI, so NCI used to come out with the a statistical profile. It is just a kind of a booklet, basically, a print version. So now, after the formation of the ministry, now we have at least a digital that kind of a record, so that in one click I can now tell how much cooperatives are there in a one village. So that kind of a mapping has been done. But now the question is that first thing has been done. Now based on that data only, the gray areas could identify, and that's how this 2 lakh new packs and dairy and fisheries are being promoted. But now the question is now, since there was a discussion, and then when we have we can actually monetize the potential of this digital transformation when we analyze the data, starting from the members data to the then business level data. So how we can develop that cooperative digital stack, how we can integrate basically this cooperative membership data with the other kind of data sets, which the Dr. Tripathi sir was also highlighting, because since this is the cooperative, people are coming together, so the trust is very fundamental, right? So in the today's, I think nuclear kind of family structure, this trust is I think day by day it is diluting, decreasing. So how we can build that kind of a trust? So in that space, basically the board of directors, their how we can have the right niti in place. Their niyat and niti is very important. So a lot of issues are happening in terms of the disqualification, in terms of taking a decision for the members. So I think probably technology will play much bigger role in terms of having to maintaining the trust of the members on their board of directors first, right? So that they can negotiate with they can participate in their own cooperative societies, because you will find around 300 in a village. One society may be having 300 or 5,000 members, depending on the population of that village. But if you see the actual the transaction, how many members are actually transacting with that cooperative, so that active participation is very less. So how basically, and then as of now, for the cooperative, they don't have that kind of a record to track. So who are active member, who are transacting with, who are non-active, who are not transacting with. So I think first thing first, through this technology, I think this would be a very good prototype. How basically cooperatives, as a secretary or as a chief executive officer, I would be in a position to analyze my own membership data, how many are active, how many are passive, right? And so that accordingly I can devise my strategy for non-active members, how basically they can participate in the business affair, because the cooperative's business is through only members only. So I think for the data stack to be developed, cooperative digital stack, collecting data starting from the member level is very important, so that we can further, and then business level data, and this will lead to the inventory management and then all those things stuff, right? So and then for cooperatives, I think that Mishra sir also has highlighted, collecting data itself is a challenge, because as a researcher, during COVID time, we were interested to study the impact of the COVID. And then we circulated the questionnaire, and then some interview also we scheduled. But unfortunately, there is some kind of, I don't know why, but there is some kind of a phobia and then some anxiety in the minds of these leaders and then cooperative. They don't disclose the data actually. But without data, basically, we cannot have, data analytics and then this different, different development which we are planning in terms of the business and all. So I think for the cooperative leaders also, and then cooperative institution itself, for them also, they also need to change their mindset in terms of, giving their own data, right? Yes, what they need a trusted cloud source. That's what also discussion. We need to have an in-house cloud service provider. So I think for the banking side, we have the two entities like that Cooperative Sarthi Limited, it's a NABARD a subsidiary only, and then the NUFFDC. So I think for banking industry, they are coming out with their own cloud. That's fair enough. But what about then my non-credit cooperatives? So almost 60% are non-credit cooperatives. So for them to digitize, who will provide that kind of a cloud-based services and then other technology services? That's again a question. And then this last point regarding it's not only about strengthening the existing sector, the traditional sector, so-called, how we can venture into the new and emerging sector of the economy, like the tourism, transport, and then renewable energy, right? The care economy. So I think so how technology can support to venture into these new areas, that's also we need to explore. So with this, I think I'll stop here. That's what I could, crystallize my thought process, and maybe in the detailed report we will bring out a detailed deliberation, the proceedings of these 2 days cooperative summit, along with the recommendation for the policy level. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the panelists, distinguished speakers, and participants who contributed in this enriching discussion on day 1 of the Cooperative Digital Summit 2026. And as India moves towards the vision of Viksit Bharat, and I think cooperatives are going to play a crucial role in this. And I would also like to thank all our volunteers, the MCs, and especially Prakhar and Revati for jotting down all the discussions that we carried out on this day, and we'll definitely use this for further research and policy purposes. Once again, we thank all our speakers, participants, and partners for making today's discussions meaningful and insightful. We look forward to continuing these important conversations tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Lastly, I would like to call Saurav sir and Dr. Vadkar for felicitation. We would like to express the Institute's gratitude towards you for putting together this program, and I would request Pradhan sir to hand over the memento. Dr. Mohan. Thank you everyone for attending the event.